Huzzah! Alright, hello everyone. Wow, slight bug in my throat there. Hello everyone, welcome back to another stream, the second of the day. I am just going to go and press the button, which makes things whoop, appear. And there it is. So yes, we are going to play some games. So hello, my name is Mordred Viking and I'd like to welcome you to this stream of Hearts 4. We are playing Götterdämmerung and we're going to play some more Belgium because I'm slightly biased and I rather enjoy Belgium. So here we go. Paul van Zeeland is of course in charge. We've read this bit before, so I think I'm just going to kind of gloss over it and move on. So Chasseur Ardennais, Scars of the Great War, Corruption, V for Victory, Belgica, Legacy of the Great War. But that kind of begs the question of what exactly are we planning to do today? So we just finished a historical playthrough, which kind of went ahistorical and then historical again. It was kind of an interesting one. You'll definitely need to catch up on that one if you haven't seen it yet, because I go into a bit more detail about various things going on. But this time we are going to be playing as Belgium. I'm going to turn off my beloved historical AI focuses, because we're going to do something a little bit different. We are going to try to create the European Union. And for that, you do want a bit of craziness and wackiness. So that is what we are going to pursue. So we're going to go ahead and start. Do I want to boost any nations? No, I don't think I do. It's spark time. It is definitely spark time. And I also need to enable the in-game sound. That would probably be useful. There we are. Alright, so what are we doing? Well, there are, as you know, a couple of different branches. We've got the Paul Emil Jansson historical branch with the little alt history here, which is one of the paths to the European Union. We have the alt history de Grelle, two flavors of fascism, and then the constitutional crisis where you go back to being democratic. And then finally we have the Van der Velde minority, which is the socialist communist path. And that's the one that I think we are going to pursue, because it is actually possible to remain democratic going down this way. You're just going to be a bit more left-leaning democratic. So that is what I am thinking right now. I'm just trying to think if it's actually possible to go spark this way. If you go constitutional crisis down to European community, yes. But I think you save Van der Velde this path. There is one other thing that happens, which I'm not going to spoil. But I honestly don't remember how I scripted that event. Well, we'll find out together. How fun. So how do we want to do this? We are in a real hurry to get down to at least aid for Spain, possibly Spanish intervention, because we want to get involved in the Spanish Civil War, because it's an easy way of getting an early alliance. So I think we're going to go government resigns, Van der Velde minority, down to at least aid for Spain, possibly Spanish intervention, or possibly peacekeeping. To be determined. And then we'll start filling in everything else. Let's do this. So pressure on the government has been mounting due to widespread allegations from the fascist Rexist organisation of corruption, leading to the fall of the government and beginning preparations for a new election. We're going to do the fairly standard technological openers. Just like so. We're going to do infrastructure. Like so. And then military factories. I think I'm going to do much like I did previously. We're just going to get rid of the Air Force. I think I might actually try to invest a little bit more in the Air Force than I usually do. Because it's definitely useful having. It may save us a little bit of time building up AA. Because we don't know for sure that we're going to war with Germany. They may well go alt history here. We don't know. So we're going to produce a lot of guns. We're going to go to the international market. We're immediately going to sell the Hawk of Furies. Because we don't really need those. We're going to grab all of our units. I might keep the cavalry. I'm going to get rid of the cycles. Or maybe I'll turn them into cavalry as well. Yeah, let's play this a little differently. Something like this. And then we'll have you all training up. Like so. I like it. Anything else I need to do? Don't think so. Let's go. There was one other thing I needed to do, and that was set up the international market to be automated. Off you go, Switzerland. You can buy those items. What are the plans for Congo? It really depends what happens to us. Like, one of the things I like about the nationalist-fascist path is you really want to try to keep Congo alive. And actually your role in the Second World War becomes like the Africa Corps, because you can move, or you can actually create troops in Congo, which gives the Axis a real shot at fighting for Africa. It really kind of depends on whether we are aligned with Britain and France or not. The Sultanate of Austria submits to Italian demands. Perhaps unsurprisingly to many, the Sultanate of Austria has accepted Italian demands for subjugation. Well, alright then. And we want to keep an eye on this, because as soon as this turns positive, we can start selling those guns.
Oui, chef. Au départ.
Let's actually keep you training. You can stop when you're ready. You can definitely stop when you're ready. You can keep going because you're cheap. Remilitarization of the Rhineland. Germany has stationed troops in the Rhineland territory close to the French border in a clear violation of the Treaty of Versailles. So they are going fascist, at least. Pressure on the government due to the ongoing corruption scandal finally caused it to collapse. Investigators led by Leon de Grelle, leader of the fascist Rexist movement, has been investigating the bribery of ministers for several years, resulting in numerous payments to be discovered. In a bid to regain legitimacy, the embattled Prime Minister Paul van Zeeland called a snap election to regain credibility and legitimacy, and the results are now in. Partij Ouvrier Belge, the Belgian Workers' Party led by Emile van der Velde, performed best, capitalising on the unpopularity of his political rival. He could take this victory and form a minority government, or work together with Paul van Zeeland's Catholic Party to form a more stable majority and form the government of national unity. It should also be noted that Leon de Grelle's Rexist Party also performed very well, with his anti-corruption stance proving to be very popular. But no, we are actually going to go with Van der Velde minority. And then historically, Van der Velde was actually very interventionist for the Spanish Civil War. So we're going to play to that, and we're going to go and see what we can do for the Spanish. Belgium has for too long been divided by language, and if the Labour Party stands any hope of uniting the nation behind their rule, the obvious place to start would be by... The obvious place to stand would be making... The obvious place to stand would be by making their stance on language primacy clear, or even to lead efforts towards the official bilingualism as is practiced in Brussels. I thought I'd made an error there, but I haven't. Turkish Straits remain demilitarized. Turkey and the Soviet Union have failed to come to an agreement on revising the Treaty of Lausanne. So if I go communist, I can benefit from the manpower law. Well, no, I'm actually going to fight for Belgium. I want to keep Belgium intact. Like, we've got to keep the centre of the EU alive. So that is what we're going to do. Japanese young officer coup. A group of young officers have succeeded in toppling the government and reinstating the emperor as the supreme ruler of the Japanese nation. It appears this was a reaction to perceived threats of widespread government corruption and adherence to hostile ideologies. A sudden turn of events. Electronic mechanical engineering is done. Hang on, that was an Austria thing. That means that they are going pro-fascist, I think. Not actually sure what happens under that path. I think they become a puppet. Should have read the rest of that event, I'm sorry. Too busy kind of plotting out my own path. Second London Naval Treaty is signed. Delegations from Britain, France, Italy, Japan and the US met in December of 35 to discuss the renewal of the First London Naval Treaty. Alright, language is done. And now we have a decision to make. Our people have, since a long time, been divided. The Walloon-speaking French and the Flemish-speaking Dutch drives a slight rift between the groups and prevents a more unified Belgium from developing. We must come to a decision regarding what our official language shall be, lest misunderstandings between friends, military commands being executed wrongly, and miscarriages of justice will never stop being part of Belgian everyday life.
Huzzah!
So we can replace language barriers with Dutch language primacy, which will give us stability, war support, and recruitable population factor. We can go with French as our language, which gives us war support and political power. Or we can say they are equal and we will keep both, which will remove barriers but does cost us a bunch of political power. I kind of like the idea of just getting rid of them all. We're going to be completely equal in this. Basically, we're going to force the country to become bilingual. Bolivian generals blunder their coup d'etat. Following the largest strike movement until now in Bolivia, the military under the young lieutenant German Bush moved to overthrow the genuine Republican government of Jose Luis Tejada Sorzano. They claim that, unlike Tejada, they stand on the side of the Bolivian people in socialist ideals. But as they failed to capture La Paz, the police and remaining army men have hunted their group down and imprisoned the leaders. Meanwhile, trade union support. Change in popularity of communism, political power gain, and then we also lose some of the economic downtime penalty. Our natural allies in the political struggle are the trade unions, but so far the support for our movement has been lukewarm. We can intensify our promises to them, and in turn they will rally their membership in our favour. However, a European Union make a choice where no one is happy. True democracy. Basic machine tools is done. And let's go on with concentrated industry, I would say. And how is our surplus? Still in a deficit, but we're getting closer. Okay, Mordred, I know how to talk bad about the Italian pocket in your last Belgium game, but I've achieved an even worse pocket. Oh, do tell. Okay, so we can't do aid for Spain until the Civil War actually starts. We could start getting rid of some of the corruption, but I think what I'd rather do is get the neutrality stuff going, because then we can begin working on our industry a bit more. Due to our being the primary battlefield, our nation was left in rubble following the First World War. Never again should this be allowed to be repeated. As such, we will announce that Belgium shall form an independent and perpetually neutral state, and it shall observe the same neutrality towards other states. Otto von Habsburg returns to the federal state of Austria. Having spent the majority of his life in exile, first in the Swiss Confederation and later on the island of Madeira in Portugal, the prince fled the country in 1918 when his parents, Emperor Charles I and Emperor Zita, after the fall of the monarchy as the conclusion of the Great War. His return as the Austrian head of state signifies a distinct change in the political climate in the federal state of Austria. Okay, so we're going to see Habsburg Austria. Fascist Germany, but Habsburg Austria. A thin, long line from Switzerland to Paris, the Austrian Schlieffen plan. Well, I wanted to tile-wired train track march. If it achieves the objective. Am I going for a Belgian world domination? I'm going for a European world domination. As it should be. Alright, construction 1 is done. We're going to go ahead and get construction 2. Belgium's done the heart of Africa. Jolly good. Good. Yeah, so far, pretty tidy civil war. Actually looks like the Republicans are going to be stronger here. The Games of the 11th Olympiad, the 11th Olympic Games, were recently held in Berlin, Germany. Attended by athletes from 49 different nations across the world, the 1936 Summer Olympics are the first in history to have enjoyed limited live television coverage. And thus the games are concluded. And we can get Camille goods for that. Consumer goods factor to get our industry popping off a little more. Alright, So now we're going to go for aid for Spain. The Spanish Republicans are fighting for their democratic ideals against dangerous fascist and anarchist radicals. We should quietly offer them support in their struggle, but be careful to maintain our appearance of neutrality. So almost got the Wallonian infrastructure finished. We'll continue working. Oh, we've made a surplus. I mean, some of this I may want to try to save to sell to the Spanish. But also it's free IC, so we can build up our industry. If you can answer this, will there be resources added to Africa in a future update of DLC, or is it only barren? I think it really depends on what gets developed next, like Congo has more resources now, for example. Peacekeeping missions will allow me to send even more volunteers. I think I like the sound of that. Ongoing conflicts throughout the world continue to cause us concern. However, in order to maintain an outward veneer of neutrality, we can only send troops abroad in sanctioned peacekeeping missions. However, we're going to send volunteers. We're going to send these guys because I can send 3. And those are the Chasseurs Ardennais. I don't have any volunteers to send you, otherwise I would do that. Okay, we've arrived. And I guess what we probably want to do is close up the Barcelona pocket. And we also want a commander here. So who do we want to give experience to? Last time we went with Oscar Michiels as the Field Marshal. This time I think I'm going to go for Victor Deschamps. So we're going to get him some experience as a general first. Belgium declares neutrality in all overseas affairs. That aren't Spain. Exactly, this is a matter of ideological struggle, not imperialist dogma. Or something. I need to keep an eye on you. Because that would be a bad location to lose. Also, I'm loving the fact that we've got the new horse icons in. So all the horses in the game look different. They're different models. The brown spots, black spots, brown horse. Lots of different horse models. The Second Cristiada, the force of the Church and the Revolution, have once again come into conflict in Mexico. With the government renewing its attacks on the Church, the embattled Catholic priests, parties and social movements are launching an armed rebellion to seize control of Mexico. Oh, you're fighting Communists in government. The communist movement in Belgium, fueled by broad dissatisfaction among the working class and radical trends amongst the academics, has grown large enough to lead to the formation of several parties. After one of these has gained considerable support in the current election, politicians in the POB have started debating whether or not to seek support in forming a government. I'm actually okay with having communism in this government, actually, so yeah, that's fine. Really dislike that he may be punched through, so I'm going to go and reinforce that. The Fourth International. A number of communist delegates from around the world met in Paris today for a founding conference. With supporters of Trotsky's theories taking the lead, the groundwork for the Fourth International was laid. Wait, I get communism for this? I do. I never noticed that. Peacekeeping missions is done. So, Spanish intervention? No, let's do independent, neutral, and loyal. Then maybe Spanish intervention. During the last war, we relied on our allies, and our country became a battlefield as a result. Therefore, in a bid to keep war out of Belgium, our ruler has declared us to be independent, neutral, and loyal, except for peacekeeping. This will rally the political classes together in the need to address our own defences, and thus develop our own military deterrent. And I can send more troops. I can send another 3. So I'm thinking probably the cavalry motorized people. Or I could send 3 infantry because they're already full strength and trained. Let's go with the infantry. Mechanical computing and concentrated industry are done. It's too far ahead of time. These, however, we can finish. So let's get the machine tools underway. Soviet tanks. 3 divisions have arrived. Excellent. So let's go ahead and assign you to this force as well. Hopefully you can help defending this location. At least 1 unit here. Oh, we did. That was quick. They're hitting this position really hard. Peasant uprising in Krakow. The young state of Poland has erupted into civil war. Decades of government infighting and a total lack of investment in infrastructure in the rural eastern Poland led to a general strike from the nation's lower classes earlier this year, and the continued brutal treatment of the strikers by the police and the military has split the nation in two. The peasant government, headed by Stanislaw Mikołajczak, is backed by the Democratic Front Marsh faction of the Polish military and a coalition of Marxist socialists and liberals. With loyalist forces consolidated in the industrial heart of Poland and the peasant in the rural east, Poland is divided by the blood of the peasants. What will this mean for Poland? I'm particularly disliking the fact that we actually lose. Yeah, like that, which leaves me cut off. Alright, independent, neutral, and loyal is done. So maybe it's time for the defense bill to get that organization penalty gone. Our declaration of perpetual neutrality was not precisely well received by the international stage. However, the reality is this needed to be done to concentrate political support towards a significant rearmament program. Those of you who are on this side, prepare for a breakthrough here. For those of you on this side, prepare for a breakthrough here. For those of you on both sides, do this. Fascist coup d'etat in Vanguard, Chile. Reports have come in that the Movimiento Nacional Socialista, led by Jorge González von Mares, have successfully executed a coup d'etat and established the Vanguard Chile as a one-party state ruled by them. They have ties to the global fascist movement, but it's still uncertain if they'll join any of the world powers. You guys are under attack. Why are my units so bad? You won. Now you're being attacked.
Oui, chef.
Spain declared war on nationalist Spain. Anarchist uprising in the Spanish Civil War. What the hell happened to my troops? Oh, all 6 of them survived. And that is one hell of an anarchist uprising. Good grief. Continued government attempts at reasserting centralized control over the mostly independently acting anarchist communes in northwestern Spain, as well as the Stalinist repression of dissident communist viewpoints, has now led to full-blown infighting in the Republican front. And the anarchists are getting stomped on hard. Well, at least I clearly, personally saved my entire army. That was definitely all me. Computer machine close enough to a year, so let's start on you. Also, I think that we need to get good in terms of fighting. That's mostly attack on core, which we're not. Nah, let's stick with the arms designer.
Hey, chef.
Alright, volunteers have returned home. Cool. Now go back out there. Oh. So I need more attention at 25 to get involved.
Oui, chef.
So I guess that's a no-go for the volunteers in that case. Well, we had fun while it lasted, right? Gives me a bit of time to rebuild my forces. Also, remember, sell guns. We have a lot of them available, including some Spanish ones. Went wrong, restart. Ah. Actually, looks like the Republicans will be okay. They mostly lost the territories in the north. Latvia was annexed. Regional Defense Council of Aragon was annexed. There we go. Now this is looking fairly even. Defense bill is done. So we could go for the Spanish intervention to go all in. But I'd kind of like to start the European project going. Probably want to change peacekeeping missions to being minus 100%. Because it's definitely intended that you can send volunteers at this point. 100% it is. Alright, never mind. So I think we want to try to get down to the European community in that case, so it's time for some cooperative cooperation. Cooperatives have been part of the Belgian society for some time, and their business model is very compatible with the economic ideal which we espouse. We should cooperate with those already established and use their expertise to train a new generation of socially aware businesses. Is the UN going to be added at some point? No, it was founded after the war and the group that failed was disbanded. League of Nations. Probably not. Because it is very much an after-war entity. Like, it arose because of the war. The German passenger airship Hindenburg was destroyed today while attempting to dock at the Lakehurst Naval Air Station in the United States. For reasons not yet determined, the airship was engulfed in flames and crashed to the ground, claiming 35 lives.
Au départ.
Let's make sure we can continue selling guns. And if some of those happen to be making their way to Spain, then oh well. Though so far, not as such. I'm actually selling most of the Polish Peasant Union. That's far ahead of time. That's ahead of time. I did say I was going to start looking at doing aircraft, and I do intend to do that. We are still actually mobilising manpower. Finland was annexed. France is having a civil war. French Commune declared war on France. Do you still have French orchestra? Do you? No, you're generic. I would love to be able to assist you with some troops, but I can't. Although you've gone Party Radical, so I think you might be going fascist. I do wonder what this expansion is going to do for mods like Old World Blues and the like. I'm really excited to see what they do, especially with special projects. I think mods are going to take that concept and just run with them. Spain's not doing as well as I'd like to see them do. Amelia Earhart circumnavigates the globe. The famous aviator Amelia Earhart, known to many as the Queen of the Air, has completed a flight around the world together with a navigator, Fred Noonan. Guessing Ethiopia is still going? Oh. They went with the collaboration puppet. Hungary was annexed by the Republic of Hungary. Concentrated infantry is done. Let's go and upgrade the engines. Free France was annexed. French Commune won. Okay, so France actually did get the focus tree. Cool. Can we try to do a project in the game and go over it tutorially? We'll see what we can do. It's really difficult to do projects as Belgium because you're in such a difficult position, but we'll see. Our governor in the Congo, Pierre Rickmans, has stated his wish for increased Belgian immigration to the region. In an endeavour to bring in people with knowledge and funds, the rich and warm lands of Katanga would be alluring to many with a sense of adventure or duty, and if we promise this, it's sure to drive many people to move. Yes, we will oblige, because that is a pretty nice bonus. Cooperative cooperation is done, so now we can do the Grand Plus. The Grand Square at the centre of Brussels has long been a hotbed of socialist thinking. Most famously, Karl Marx wrote the Communist Manifesto here, followed to that same place hosting the Third Congress of the First Internationale, and eventually being the foundational location of the First Socialist Party, the Belgian Workers' Party. So, communist, fascist, probably fascist. Although they have a ways to go before they win. They look to be going historical, more or less. I think it's time for the man with the plan. I'd be curious if other mods use the interaction between Belgium and Congo regarding mission trees. Well, now that the code support is there to make it possible, yes, I would think so. Because part of the problem that we had was getting... Technically, these are two separate focus trees, and we've basically stuck it inside the Belgian tree. This is actually the Congo focus tree. The problem that we had was making the two talk to each other, so like these connecting lines didn't work initially. So we had to get special support to make that happen. But now it does, and it works really well. And I came up with an interesting way to do the buntings, because I realized that these are just images. And it doesn't matter if they don't maintain a certain size. So I said, this background thing here for the Congo investments, that's just an image. So what if we just drop it down a bit and add some flags beneath it? Initially, I just had flags like this. But then our artists did a couple of test versions and found that this bunting idea works better because it's kind of hanging underneath. So this stuff is all moddable. Speaking of modding, let's go and tackle the growing threat of fascism. This gets rid of the send volunteer limit. It also removes perpetual neutrality. Do I want to keep that longer? I don't think so. The rise of the radical fascist support throughout Europe and indeed the world has become a very concerning trend, and we should be prepared to do what we must to prevent its spread, even if such actions must be preemptive. I assume Kaiserreich will use it for their Austria-Hungary like Austria-Hungary has in the vanilla when you go the puppet side of the focus tree. Yeah. Alright, so now we're just working on the Ardennes. We are going to have a really bad economy because I've done none of the economic stuff yet. What penalties do I still have from scars? Or support? I have a tiny bit of organisation. That goes away with this. But we'll be able to send troops to Spain again soon. Although I really don't know if they're going to last that long. The fascists are kind of kicking their ass. Engines 2. Right. That's ahead of time. I would... No, you know what? It's fine. Let's go with anti-air so we can think about making that. Also, totally forgot to be continuing to add weapons to the market. Not very efficient, Mordred. Not very efficient. Is there a reason why Democratic Belgium can't form Benelux, but Netherlands go in the same path can? Oh, I can't show you now, but they can. Oh, except the Belgian path is faction, not annex. Mostly because I wanted the fascist expansionist path to be unique and the one that could do that. But yeah, Democratic Belgium can form the faction with the Netherlands and Luxembourg. If you go with Spark. Alright, growing threat of fascism is done. Soviet Union declared war on the Soviet Union. Interesting. International Socialist Bureau. Research speed plus 10%. The Second Internationale had a permanent secretariat stationed in Brussels, and while that organisation was dissolved in 1916, the socialist struggle continues. Now that we have regained our footing on the international stage, we should re-establish the institution and take a leadership role within the Socialist Internationale again. Soviet Civil War. Civil War has once again erupted in Russia. With the memories of the last Civil War fresh in everyone's mind, it's a bit of a surprise that we've come to this. After years of political infighting between the Stalinist and Trotskyist factions, the Soviet government has finally split, and the two groups now battle in the streets for control of the country. Puny Union. Let's see if they can do anything here. Dawn of the Soviet Compact. Despite the recent Soviet focus on communism in one country, the internationalist roots of the movement transcend borders. This solidarity with workers around the world is a key element of Joseph Stalin's speech today when the Soviet Compact was announced. Going beyond the political internationale, this is an alliance that binds the countries militarily, with both regimes promising to aid each other against outside threats. Whether it will act as a sword or a shield for the communist revolution remains to be seen. So Latvia has joined. Gosh. Communist influence foreign policy. That's fine. There goes Valencia. Okay, we've arrived. Thankfully we're on the coast, so it's not the worst it could have been. But it's not great. How close to capitulation are they? Okay. So yeah, as soon as Cordoba goes, it's over. There ain't much I can do to save them.
Hey, chef. Oui, chef.
Basic small airframe done. So I think that's all I can do at the moment on that side. We wanted to go for metal skin, so let's upgrade you. And let's also sell some more equipment, although this stuff ain't selling really. So it's time for me to start switching to some other things. I can't actually produce planes. Because I have no air power. No air experience, rather. Did we have a... No. Still cost 5. Okay. How are they able to beat us so hard? Multiple combats and low supply.
Aux ordres.
Cordoba's gone. How have we not capitulated? Spain was annexed. 6 divisions returning to Belgium. Twice! Saved twice! Although how on earth they were that strong, I really don't understand. The Spanish Civil War seems over as remaining Republican forces have capitulated or gone into hiding. Though nationalist leadership has already seized upon this and declared the end of the Civil War, experts point to the ever-growing dissent within the nationalist faction itself and may argue it may be simply moving on to a new stage. Alright, any other civil wars going on I could try to involve myself in. Try to help out Senationist Poland. Or even the peasants. Just need to wait for them to get home. Oh, right. Both former faction Netherlands can pay 300 political power to annex, or Belgium can't. Belgium can, because the next step is to create the European Union, or the European Council. Then you can do that. Right, we can go... Let's get a Chief of Air Force, and let's make you... Mike Donnet, ground support. And that's going to start generating air experience so I can actually create aircraft. Which is kind of critical to having an air force. Alright, so let's go and send some volunteers to you. Union of Soviet Republics is growing pretty rapidly. Okay, so now we can have a choice. We can raise the red flag, which will start flipping us communist, or we can support the European project, which will immediately send an invitation to the French Commune, Luxembourg, and the Netherlands. I don't think France will accept because they're communist and we're not, but Luxembourg and the Netherlands should. In a world dominated by war and conflict, it's become extremely apparent to us that neutrality is no longer a guarantee of peace. As such, we should reach out to fellow European states and create a body dedicated to mutual security and economic stability, and thus together we can prosper. A call for international revolutionary brigades. Lev Trotsky has made a call for volunteers in the struggle against Joseph Stalin. The call has been answered by various groups and international brigades are forming. Zog submits to Italy. An ultimatum has been delivered to the Albanian government by Italian diplomats, demanding that they submit to complete military occupation. Anubis, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the channel. Good to have you joining us. Raiden Aiden coming in with a 56-month resub. Thank you very much for that, Raiden Aiden. And Poet coming in with a 48-month resubscription. Thank you, Poet. In the purple at last. Heck yeah, you earned that purple. The purple horns. No, wings. Purple wings. I was trying to remember if you get the crown at that point. Do you get the crown? No. At 5 years you get the crown. German's not doing anything? Still 38. Give them time. Okay, here are my troops. I spy with my little eye forests, so we're going to go over there. We need to get some planning preparation done. And we also want to start creating other things. Small airframe, light machine guns, light machine guns. So I need 9 experience to make the Phantom. Right, well in the meantime, I would like artillery. Books. Physical equipment. Go ahead and trigger a planning prep. And then trigger an assault. Hey! We won! Victory! Had barely pressed go, but that counts. That counts. Right, who's next? Do I really want to get involved in a war in Russia? Yes, because we're actually a big supporter of the Second Internationale. Have to wait for my volunteers to get home again. Okay, we have enough to make the Phantom. Come on! Now it's 12. The end of the Soviet Civil War, the capitulation of the last remaining units loyal to Joseph Stalin, marks the end of the Soviet Civil War. Lev Trotsky has declared himself victorious and has vowed to make the Union of Soviet Republics of Europe and Asia rise from the ashes of civil war and destruction. The task ahead is enormous and the world's situation is unclear, but he is adamant that a new era for the Union of Soviet Republics of Europe and Asia, and for the world that has just started. It remains to be seen whether he can live up to these declarations. I'm going to put 2 factories in aircraft. Now I really need to start buying aluminium from somebody. Hi, France.
Huzzah!
Jackson coming in with a 38-month primary sub. Thank you very much for that, Jackson. Thank you, thank you, thank you. There's the Toad AA. Do I want to start building Toad AA? Not yet. However, get radio, and we should, however, get radio. Alright, volunteers have arrived home. Mexico. Democrats versus non-aligned. Non-aligned, but I think you might be on your way to communism. So I don't particularly care who wins in that instance. So I ain't gonna get involved. Excuse me. Computing machine. Done. Recent weeks have seen tensions rise between the various factions among the victorious nationalists, but now, with the banishment of recalcitrant leaders and the forceful unification of political parties, Francisco Franco appears to have been able to mend these divides and thereby unify the remaining factions behind his cause. We can make something else, which I think is going to be support weapons. Because we're kind of behind in that now. The Netherlands joins the European Union, the French Commune joins, and Luxembourg joins. We got all three. Our invitation has been received with approval. They agree that a larger European community is the right way to go. With joint efforts, we will be able to stabilise the region once more. We also got the Dutch East Indies because of it. Awesome. Okay. European community. I think it's time to do that. And then we're going to start industrializing. The early days of the European project have gone well, so we should consider expansion of our membership and the ratification of a series of treaties that govern the future of our community. We could even consider moving towards a more federal model, with Belgium taking a leading role at its heart. And then France immediately leaves. Damn you! I'm surprised they joined in the first place. Speaking of which, there's only 1,500 left, so let's start selling some more. And I also want to... Airbase in Brussels. We're going to start having you training. And only during the day, so you don't suffer casualties. Meanwhile, technology. So we just got artillery. I think I want to get artillery too, so we can start producing those. We have got political power. We can do partial mobilization because we do have enough war support, and I think that is probably wise. And there we go. We have factories. So let's build another 9 of these. I think this time I'm going to go for Cockerel. Going for Congo stuff is going to be more difficult. There should be a button on the international market UI to sell all foreign equipment. We do often talk about how better to improve UI. That has come up before. The Tsardom of Bulgaria approaches the German Reich. The Bulgarian government has signed a commercial agreement with several German companies in an attempt to strengthen ties with the German Reich, while stimulating the injection of foreign capital into the country. Socialist Republic of Finland joins the Fourth Internationale. Earlier today, the Union of Soviet Republics of Europe and Asia and the Socialist Republic of Finland issued a joint statement. The latter has now been formally granted member status. Since the formation of the Benelux, the governments of the Low Countries have endeavoured to attract further interest in a strong and neutral bloc of sanity. Now, a whole slew of new nations have been invited to join the alliance, and to accommodate this influx of new member nations, it's been decided to rename it the European Union. And with that, we're done. So now I can finally start getting some of my factories up and running. Following the First World War, the Belgian economy was left in tatters. In a bid to facilitate reconstruction and to pay off massive debts, the Belgian Finance Ministry started printing money. Lots of money. Although this helped at the time, we're at risk of hyperinflation and must get this under control before any other reforms can take place. And now, let's see what we can do. So we can establish a research sharing group. We can federalize Luxembourg and the Netherlands, which turns them into puppets. A special puppet type, a EU member state. Or we can try to invite people into the European Union. So we can get Sweden, Czechoslovakia, Lithuania, Estonia, Romania, Greece, Denmark, Bulgaria, Portugal and Ireland. I think that having Sweden would be a good choice. And now we're just going to be sending a ton of political power out to try and get this done. I think European president should change flag. Because our country name has actually changed. So it's a bit weird that we still have the Belgian flag. Although technically we are still Belgium, we just happen to be the European president. Could Spark as an advisor help inviting others? Maybe. Support weapons is done. I'll take a look at that again in a second. Let's get the improved infantry equipment so I can move on to getting with the AR. Same ideology, monthly opinion could help, although most people who are already democratic will still be democratic. That came out really wrong. Most of the people who started the game democratic will already have high relations with us because neither of us have changed. Like, that's had the whole game up till this point to stabilize. If we'd flipped communist or fascist or something, then maybe. Production efficiency gain. Yes, I would like to have more infantry equipment, please. Thank you. Speaking of which, can I sell some more? I can, though not a huge amount. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of the tank destroyers because I'm just not going to have enough of them. Hang on, that's not actually true. Because my cavalry divisions have them as well. So what I actually want to do is turn these into actual motorized. And then I need to go to here, start actually upgrading these to the upgraded versions of these items, which I should have done long ago, especially for the rifles. Okay, planes already are. Sweden has joined the European Union. Our invitation to Sweden has been received with approval. Excellent.
Huzzah!
Bulgarian government supports IMRO. Earlier today, the Bulgarian leader Boris III publicly announced the government will seek to negotiate with Ivan Mialov, one of the most important chiefs of the International Macedonian Revolutionary Organization. So who's going to be next? Portugal? I was going to say, why can't I invite Norway? There's a reason you can't invite Norway. Because they're not in the EU. Same with the Swiss. Have we taken Paris yet? We did briefly.
Huzzah!
Romania is actually a kingdom. Oh, Austria and Hungary, so they have actually puppeted Hungary. Could try to get Greece. They are democratic. Although they are probably going socialist. Portugal is non-aligned. Czechoslovakia is a good choice. They are democratic. They're very likely to join. Let's do that. Proud members of the EU trade zone and begrudgingly agreeing to follow EU laws when the EU demands us to follow their laws. Yes. But not actually in the EU. We might be able to persuade them to join in this game, though. Okay, so we got the radio. Let's get improved. No, let's not. Let's get improved to support weapons. Producing those factories so slowly. Wallonian industry. Wallonia was the area hardest hit during the German occupation in the First World War. With much of its industry and resources plundered by the occupiers, reconstruction has come on apace in the meantime, but it could always do with more investment to reach its true potential as the Belgian industrial heartland. Anschluss of... Interesting. So Habsburg Austria was Anschluss. After a successful coup d'etat by the local Nazi party in Vienna, German troops have crossed the Austrian border and taken control of the country. No fighting has been reported, and the German soldiers were greeted by cheering crowds in the cities. That's what they wish. Czechoslovak Republic joins the European Union. Good. Maybe we can get Hungary now. Italy. Non-aligned. Maybe. Norway might be getting a bit closer to the EU in the close future. Our currency is not doing too hot. One of the proposed measures to stop its downfall is to peg it to the EU, making us a little more integrated in the EU. Interesting. Kingdom of Hungary announces the Gyori program. The Hungarian government under János Katona has announced a new large-scale industrial program with the intent of efficiently rearming the nation as quickly as possible. Foreign spectators view this as an act of aggression by the Kingdom of Hungary towards their neighbours, but only time will tell what their true intentions are. Cannon. Now let's get the heavy machine guns. Do I want to try and get Italy in? UK is already in the Allies, which almost certainly is not going to ally with Communist France. Greece and Denmark would be the easiest. Let's try and get Greece in. Hellenic Republic, because they are still currently democratic. Are peace conferences included in the base game or with the DLC? They're base game. They're too important not to be. Uruguay declared war on Argentina. Mexico was annexed. Cardenas won. Uruguay has lost. And somebody's preparing a war against us. Who dis? Germany already.
Donnez vos ordres. Parez.
Do not like this.
Prêt au départ. Donnez vos ordres. Parez. Donnez vos ordres. Formez les rangs.
Okay, so we need to put the Chasseurs-Ardennais. Right, I have to defend this whole border now. You guys can defend that.
Donnez vos ordres.
You guys defend that.
Oui, chef.
You guys defend that.
Formez les rangs. Prêt au départ.
Ah. Go offensive doctrine this time around. We got 35 planes built in the meantime. This is a really early German aggression. Oh, that's true. It might be to the Czechs. Yeah, you're not wrong. But still, this is going to urge me to start putting up some defenses. I trust you, Netherlands. Honest. Am I producing trucks? Yes, I am. Oh boy. Okay, okay. Don't fret, Mordred. We all know that German early success was on the back of Czech tanks. This timeline, they won't get them. One can hope. Hellenic Republic joins the European Union. Excellent. At least there are a lot of us. We build Wallonian industry. Really do need cockerel. Yeah, we're going to go for that now. Our government convened the National Labour Conference to bring together trade union and company representatives. The result of this has been the introduction of minimum wage and 6-day paid holidays per year. 6 days. A different world. Now I want the BAR. Let's get that researching. There is also the Czech fort line, that's true. If they don't give it up. We have got Swedish troops coming down to us now, which is nice. I was thinking maybe we should invite Denmark, but actually having Denmark as a buffer state between Germany and Sweden is probably a good thing. How many guns do I have? 1,000. I was thinking maybe I could get a couple more divisions out. We're really not going to get many. Here come the Greeks. If I can get Italy into the EU, then they won't go after Greece. I'm actually nervous about this. My palms are sweating. Nation Française declared war on the French Republic. I don't think they're gonna do much. Dominion of Australia seeks distance from the Commonwealth. In a speech this morning, Prime Minister John Curtin announced the Australian government's decision that their dedication to growth and stability as an oceanic state. This means looking to new shores than those of Britain's Europe, as the Australian people can no longer bear the weight of foreign conflicts on their shoulders. And they've been annexed. Quelle surprise. Alright, we got the support weapons. I'm going to start working on improved small airframe. US Congress passes Neutrality Act. With tensions rising around the globe, the US Congress has been the scene of intense discussion around the role the United States should play on the world stage. Many members are concerned that President Franklin Delano Roosevelt might secretly be planning to intervene in a European or Asian war. Queen Maud of Norway has died. On a visit to England to see her family and her brother King George V of the United Kingdom, Queen Consort of Norway, Princess of Wales before that, has died of heart failure in her sleep. So we're going to grab that. Need to get those FN Herstal guns off the production line. Munich Diktat. German demands for the Sudeten border territory in Czechoslovakia, which is home to a considerable German minority, have intensified recently. At a summit held in Munich, Germany, Britain, France and Italy sought to find a diplomatic solution to the so-called Sudeten crises. While Britain and France both accepted German demands as reasonable, Czechoslovakia, which wasn't invited to the conference, has refused to yield an inch. It now faces Germany alone. Well, not quite alone. There's quite a few of us here. King Leopold III has been living in the shadow of his father, King Albert the Soldier King, famous for having kept Belgium in the Great War and denying victory to the German Empire, although in the process his country was turned into a battlefield. The military pride of the nation was unblemished and the reputation of Belgium rose on the world stage. Now, with Belgium once more at war, the true test of Leopold's character will begin, and already there are rumblings which cause us concern. How are you beating me so hard? That's not good. Netherlands is in. Wait, Chile? Chile is in against us. Okay, we're holding. At least a little bit. We are, however, completely out of manpower at this point. And any other invitations I send out are more likely to be refused. Plus, I think I do need to save up for Cockerill. Because I know that once we get the Cockerill thing here, we get the factory output as well. Nah, we can get manpower other ways. we should probably do that next. Get increased length of service.
Allez, on y va. Avec pitié. Sors. Oui, chef.
That done as a matter of some priority. Oh right, I have airplanes. Should probably use them. And you did not get a lot of experience.
Prêt au départ.
Luxembourg's not looking too hot. See if I can guard you. Try to keep my buddies alive if possible. Maybe not.
Écoutez.
There goes Luxembourg. Now government's in exile. Maastricht is about to fall.
Allez, on se bouge.
Need to keep an eye on this. I don't want you to get cut off, so back off now. Please and thank you. We are being hit really hard here. This might well be an early exit. Portugal declared war on Spain. Oh, they did. Oh, and Spain's still going to have all of their penalties and things.
Tenez-les à distance.
I think I need to give up on you.
Allez, on se bouge. Bougez-vous.
Alright, so we've got heavy machine guns for planes. We have got enough experience to have them. So we'll have the Phantom Mark 1. Some more defense. No, don't. Because your defense ain't going to be that good. Let's add air attack. Just get you better at shooting people down. Yeah, it only works for aircraft. It was a revelation to me as well. If you want to see the actual stats based on the different missions, you can click on these. So for example, sometimes the weight is only calculated when it's showing that mission. Weight versus thrust. Like for example, I think bombs don't actually calculate weight unless you have that mission selected. Hello Mordred and chat. I'm having a lot of fun with my country as you are. As are you, I see. Nice DLC, happy with it. Glad to hear that, Matilda. Thank you. And we do have another technology. 103s? I kind of doubt we're going to get them in time. We won't know unless we try. And I'm the major, so if I die, it's over. I mean, combined, we actually have more industry than Germany does. I think they just have more divisions. And probably better equipped ones. Czechoslovakia is doing well. They're actually pushing out. It's just a question of whether we can hold. That's the thing that's a little uncertain right now. Let's go and see if we can help Amsterdam hold. Right, and then we have another focus. Definitely increased length of service because we really need that manpower. We are very short equipped. Now that's one thing I can do is I can take this off the market and use it to equip our troops. Unfortunately, even in the skies, yeah, they're wrecking us. Didn't have time to set up AA or anything like that. And I don't have AA in my divisions. That's why they're pushing us so easily, because I have no AA.
Donnez vos ordres.
Yeah, it's just not looking good. Diplomats from Germany and the Soviet Union concluded what observers are describing as a historic agreement today with the signing of Molotov-Ribbentrop. Named after the German Foreign Minister Joachim von Ribbentrop and his Soviet counterpart Vyacheslav Molotov, this non-aggression pact stipulates that neither side will ally itself nor aid the enemy of the other. Foreign diplomats warn that this treaty effectively gives Germany a free hand to wage war in Europe without having to fear Soviets. Controls bypass. Control bypass. That's actually really bad. How do they bypass? Because we lost Wallonia, except we didn't. Still control powers. Why was that bypassed? There actually shouldn't be bypasses. Oh, unless the... Oh, wrong save. Fully controlled. Yeah, I don't think that should be a bypass because there's so many other things going on. It should just be that you don't get the factories. Noted. Turkish Empire has joined the Axis. They didn't do that before. That's bad, because now Greece is going to be fighting Turkey.
Oui, chef.
They are absolutely demolishing us. This is the difference that having an air force makes. Liège is under attack, you're under attack. We're going to arrive in time? No, and that's not going to bypass Cockerel. I'll just have to FF complete Cockerel if I retake that stuff. Just need to remind myself that that's happened. Liège, meanwhile, is under really serious threat. I cannot afford to stay in the Netherlands.
Bougez-vous. Formez les rangs. Oui, chef. Tenez-les à
Look how
distance.
weak these units are. Dead. They just all died. That's what Cass has been doing to us. And there it is, King Surrender. Which is worth 10 victory points. Antwerp is worth 30. Brussels is worth 30. Yeah, so if you lose Liège, you can usually keep fighting. If you lose Antwerp or Brussels, it's over.
Parez. Oui, chef.
And there goes Brussels. Germany took 56 states. The entire EU has just fallen. Oh man, that was a rough game. The mistake there was trying to get planes. If I'd gone for AA, I think I would have saved that. Was the motorized so weak because you recently changed them over to trucks and hadn't made enough trucks? Yes, probably. Turkey didn't get anything. That is true. Turkey got nothing. Because Turkey didn't have any participation, probably. Yeah, if I hadn't gone for the motorized and made everyone infantry, we would have held better. If we'd gone for AA of any kind, we probably would have held better. And if we had any defences, we would have held better. But it took us a while to get the EU up and running. And actually, all of the civil wars that we kept on getting booted out of meant my army was not nearly as experienced as it could have been. Like, we rolled like snake eyes every single time we had a civil war that we could participate in. So who do we think is going to be in the main war? Chinese United Front, Fourth International, the Allies, and then the Axis. Well, the only thing the EU did was make it easier for Germany to come further sooner and cheaper. True, and now they're going to have all of the gold that they can gobble up. Kind of curious to see how this goes. It's just saying observer mode for a bit and just blitz through time. French Commune. I don't know. Now that Germany has control of the Low Countries from the start, they can just bulldoze. There goes Portugal through France. Although France might join the Fourth International, in fact they probably will. Now France has no excuse not to extend Maginot. That's true. Maybe also not inviting Czechoslovakia would have bought you time. Possibly? Not gonna lie, I really kinda hate how aircraft are only marked to reinforce if the profile perfectly matches the profile of what they're replacing. How do you mean, Kallax? Fighters reinforce fighters. CAS reinforce CAS. It's only specific models if you mark them as such. It was the beginning of 1939. I think the war started in like September 38. I hadn't realised how early that was. But man, yeah, that really highlights the strength of CAS, so we need to take a look at why AA is doing so much damage to CAS rather than to fighters. And also the upcoming patch where Germany produces more CAS is going to make a big difference for the early war. And against Barbarossa. Because I was running a bunch of AI tests to basically do what I'm doing now, watch what the AI is doing, where they're producing things, what they're producing. And what I noticed is that Germany usually doesn't get more than about 300 close air support. Here they have 500, which is more than usual. Germany's actually playing kind of historical. Planes have to perfectly match which missions they could do and can't do to reinforce. Oh yeah, that's right. Come on, I want to see what happens. Who's going to join who? There's probably another 6 months before the war actually kicks off. Oh no, maybe not. Beta Czechoslovakia. They don't exist. So Beta Czechoslovakia should have a bypass. I'm going to change this to human AI. Because that means I'm not going to get all of the notifications, so I don't need to click through them. There's a difference between human AI and observe. Expand claims in the Baltic. So they're going to get war goals on the Baltic states, one of which is owned by Russia. Latvia's in the Fourth International. China joined the Allies. Interesting. So the Allies are now at war with the Soviet Union and with Japan. And they have Denmark on their side. Okay. So this is a Britain fighting a international war. Overseas, basically. Oh, and this means there's going to be the British Raj in China versus Japan. That is just going to be a wall of manpower. Well, actually, it's like a wall of manpower anyway, because it's China. With another wall of manpower behind it. Or on top of it, because of India. France joined Japan. Any chance to have a crack at Britain, I guess. They joined the fascists. Oh no, they joined the Soviets. Which we kind of assumed they would. So we may have France versus Britain versus Germany. Three-way war. I'm not actually sure I've seen that before. Man, I wish we were still alive. We could have been a kingmaker in this situation. So I wonder if it's quicker to go European Union if you stay with Spark. Probably. Maybe I should do Constitutional Crisis EU. I just kind of wanted to fight some of the volunteer battles. Which is why I want Van der Velde. Poland. Who did Poland join? Allies, of course. So the Allies are now at war with Germany. So it's only France and Germany who are not at war yet. Operation Felix, that's against Spain. Let's try it. Constitutional Crisis Germany. Constitutional Crisis Belgium. Oh, Control F9 gets rid of the UI. I didn't actually know that. What I was trying to do was stop recording, but I think I've lost my hotkeys. So that's going to be the end of that series. I don't know if that one's going to be uploaded onto YouTube as a separate video. I have to decide. But we'll start another one, and I'll do a proper intro, so bear with me. Yeah, I need those hotkeys. It's annoying that I don't have them. Hotkeys. Loading hotkeys, please wait. Start recording. Control F9. Stop recording. Sorry, Alt F9. Cool. So, hello, my name is Mordred Viking, and I'd like to welcome you to this video, which was definitely not part of a longer stream where things went badly. Nope, didn't happen. Where we are going to be playing as Belgium, because of course we are, and we're going to try and form the European Union. This time, with historical AI focuses off, as the constitutional crisis under Spark. So what we're planning to do is government resigns to Grell, constitutional crisis, European community down this way. That is going to take a while. The quickest path probably is via Jansson. It focuses that. 1.5. All of these are free. That one isn't, but these two are. 70, 70, 35, 70, 70. 35, 35, 35. Automatic. 70, 70. No, actually this way may be quicker. And Van der Velde, we went all the way down here and then down the centre. That one did take longer. Okay, so we're going to do constitutional crisis. And I think I'm probably not going to do perpetual neutrality until relatively late. Because I want to start building up the political power to start inviting people to the community as soon as we can. Alright, here we go. Pressure on the government has been mounting due to widespread allegations from the fascist Rexist organisation of corruption leading to the fall of the government and beginning preparations for a new election. We're going to set up our infrastructure here, here, and here. The usual 3 opener, production, construction, research. We're going to make all of the guns in the world. Huzzah! We are going to get rid of the Air Force and sell those planes.
Oui, chef. Vos ordres? Formez les rangs.
We're going to turn all of our motorized into infantry because we're going purely
Vos
defensive.
ordres?
And then we're going to have our Chasseurs Ardennais standing by like so. And then I think I'm also going to train another unit of 3 Chasseurs Ardennais. Like so. So we need to make sure that we have their equipment. At least some of it. In fact, disbanding the motorized means that the light tanks will go to the new Chasseur units. Fight the volunteer battles, you mean? Arrive, unpack, pack, go home. How many times did that happen? It happened twice in Spain. It happened in Poland. It happened in the Soviet Union. 4 times we sent volunteers, and within like a week they were sent packing home. Right, I do need to set the automatic setting of purchases. Right, that's true, we didn't get to the Soviet one. I'm wondering if I should make myself some more tea. I think I will. Let's take a quick 2-minute break. If you need to take a break, I'd recommend doing so now. Go grab another drink, stretch your legs, do what you got to do, and we shall resume soon. TM. Okay, I'm back. Good time as any to listen to Sabaton's resistant bite. Haha, fair. Actually, that might be an idea. Try to go down some more of the military focuses, because they are quite strong and just never have time for them. Too many other things to do. Again, that's one of the things I worked really hard at for Belgium, is to make sure that there were some really good choices to make, and it's been really nice watching other people playing Belgian content, because they take paths I would just never even consider. And I love that. It means that those choices are there and they are meaningful. Perhaps unsurprisingly to many, the Sultanate of Warsaw has accepted Italian demands for subjugation. While the Afar government held out hope of avoiding occupation, it became increasingly clear that the colonial powers of the region would not be coming to their aid, nor would neighbouring Ethiopia be able to spare military personnel to support them. So Warsaw is gone.
Au départ.
Just occurred to me, why don't I just turn 3 of these into Chasseradine instead?
Arrêt.
Let's go 3 of the strongest. Because that way they already have the manpower and some of the equipment.
Donnez vos ordres.
That's a much better move. Alright, so this time we're going national unity. Pressure on the government due to the ongoing corruption scandals finally caused it to collapse. Investigators, led by Leon de Grelle, leader of the fascist Rexist movement, has been investigating the bribery of ministers for several years, resulting in numerous payments to be discovered. In a bid to regain legitimacy, the embattled Prime Minister Paul van Zeeland called a snap election to regain credibility and legitimacy, and the results are now in. Partij Ouvrier Belge, the Belgian Workers' Party, led by Emile van der Velde, performed best, capitalising on the unpopularity of his political rival. He could take this victory and form a minority government, or work together with Paul van Zeeland's Catholic Party to reform a more stable majority and form the government of national unity. It should also be noted that Leon de Grelle's Rexist Party also performed very well, with his anti-corruption stance proving to be very popular. We are going to go with the national unity because we want it to collapse. Because we do actually want to go with de Grelle. $70, $140, $210, $280, roughly $300. $70. $140, $200, $270. This is quicker by about 30 days. Half a focus. Right, I do need, in fact, need perpetual neutrality to get royal intervention. So we should probably do that. Due to our being the primary battlefield, our nation was left in rubble following the First World War. Oh, hang on. I don't know why I was preparing Chasseradine for volunteers. Because I'm not going to be able to send any. Oh well. Due to our being the primary battlefield, our nation was left in rubble following the First World War. Never again should this be allowed to be repeated. As such, we shall announce that Belgium shall form an independent and perpetually neutral state, and it shall observe the same neutrality towards all other states. Rhineland remained demilitarized. After attempts by Germany to end the rules set by the Versailles Treaty and remilitarize the Rhineland, an ultimatum from the Allies forced them to back down. With both Britain and France threatening to mobilize if Germany proceeded with the plan, it quickly became clear that this level of resistance was unexpected. Germany was not prepared to face both countries in all-out war. As it stands, the Rhineland will remain demilitarized, as dictated by the treaty, unless Germany goes to war. Ah! Britain and France said, nah. Turkey militarizes the Turkish Straits. Turkey and the Soviet Union have come to an agreement on revising the Treaty of Lausanne, which was signed and implemented prior to the Nascent Republic of Turkey, repulsed the Entente in the Turkish War of Independence. So what does that mean in reality? Where is Rhineland? Is one of these blocked if they can't do that? No, I don't know what that means in reality. Maybe that they can't build military factories over here? I was just thinking, if we didn't do perpetual neutrality and went down the industrial path first, we could send volunteers to Spain and then proclaim ourselves neutral. See again, choices. Let's get some more research. Second London Naval Treaty has been signed. Delegations from Britain, France, Japan and the US met in December of 35 to discuss the renewal of the First London Naval Treaty. Troops and fortifications, I guess. I mean, they certainly can't move troops here, which I guess means they can't be building up planning preparation. They could still put them elsewhere. Bolivian generals blunder their coup d'etat. Following the largest strike movement known until now in Bolivia, the military under the long Lieutenant Colonel German Bush moved to overthrow the genuine Republican government of José Luis Tejera Sorzano. They claimed that, unlike Tejera, they stood on the side of the Bolivian people and the socialist ideals. That's lovely, but I'm going to declare myself independent, neutral and loyal. During the last war, we relied on our allies and our country became a battlefield as a result. Therefore, in a bid to keep war out of Belgium, our ruler has declared us to be independent, neutral and loyal. This will rally the political classes together in the need to address our own defences and thus develop our own military deterrent. Yugoslavia recognises the Soviet Union. Yugoslavia, even more stoically than other nations, has for years refused to recognise the communist state that is the Soviet Union. With today's announcement, the government of Yugoslavia will henceforth establish official relations with the Soviets. This policy has at last come to an end. Whether this means an opening of the Yugoslav state to communist influence remains to be seen, but the tone of the announcement was surprisingly cordial. Basic machine tools. Let's keep that concentrated industry going. I guess Camille Gut is going to be our first advisor again. The UK concedes to trade unions, ostensibly in an effort to garner more popular support for their rearmament programs. The British government has now entered into conversations with the trade unions, proposing to make concessions in return for their support. Concerning developments. That was another thing I was going to look into doing. If Britain is not democratic, disband allies. I suspect that's going to have other repercussions if I do actually do this. But for example, we made Britain have an event to guarantee Poland, because we were actually finding it in our own internal multiplayer games. Our UK player repeatedly forgot to guarantee Poland, so there's now an event which is like, hey, you should probably guarantee these guys if they're democratic. Did they remove or change the way to get female Kaiser with the new DLC? Did they, in the way they used to, but didn't get the option to go to the UK to get titles back? I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't had a huge amount to do with the Germany development. I was mostly involved with special projects and Belgium. Radio. No. AA. Defensive, Mordred. Defensive. There we go. Independent, neutral, and loyal. Then let's investigate the bribery claims, then repudiate the treaty. The allegations of corruption never left the government, and calls for an investigation have intensified. Leon de Grelle, the fascist Rexist leader, has even directly implicated Paul van Zeeland himself, accusing him of taking bribes. Meanwhile, we can get Camille Good. There it is.
Écoutez. Parez. Écoutez.
Games of the 11th Olympiad. The 11th Olympic Games were recently held in Berlin, Germany. Attended by athletes from 49 different nations across the world, the 1936 Summer Olympics were the first in history to have enjoyed limited live television coverage. I've just realised why my Chasseur Ardennais in that previous game was so bad. I didn't change the template. So they had just the 36 organisation. I meant to add more mountaineers, but I never got around to it. Papa Pinjin, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the channel. Good to have you joining us. And Anonymous Gifter gifted a sub to Belgium Goat. Thank you very much for that. Anonymous. Appreciate that. And Garius. Oh, I missed you. Sorry, buddy. 55-month resubscription. Thank you very much for that, Garius. Greetings from Admiral Raiders, Germany. Hello. I do need to try that playthrough, actually. Maybe do that next time. And Buildmaster coming in with a 41-month resubscription. Thank you very much, Buildmaster. Hello. Finally, weekend as a historian. I'd like to see the new DLC. Et voila. The United Kingdom revisits colonial policy. At a speech today, Stanley Baldwin announced a change to the nation's colonial policy, recognising the rights of all people for self-determination. The British government has resolved to set all imperial subjects on the path to independence, the inclusion of which is intended to occur within the foreseeable future. We can investigate the bribery charges. That's already done, so let's repudiate the treaty with France. France's refusal to extend Maginot Line along our borders, in essence, leaves a wide open door through which an enemy will be forced to attack. By repudiating our treaties with them, we can be free of any military obligations to assist them, but they will still be forced to intervene should we be attacked, or risk a follow-through invasion to their unguarded territory. We didn't repudiate our treaties in the previous game. So did France and Britain just refuse the call to arms? Because, yeah, we went independent, neutral, loyal, defense bill, but I don't think we ever did this. The previous EU game. We have guns! Sell them! Make me some money! After all, it's just good business. None of those. I think we're just going to sit here and just keep on throwing weapons on the market. Otto assumes the Hungarian crown. In search of the suitable king, the Kingdom of Hungary extended an invitation to Otto von Habsburg to return to the lands that were until recently ruled by his family. Otto, who has lived in exile throughout Western Europe since the end of the Great War, and the dissolution of his father's empire, chose to accept the offer. Today, amidst much fanfare and celebration, he was crowned King of Hungary in a solemn ceremony at the Royal Palace of Budapest. During the coronation speech, King Otto thanked the Hungarian people for their loyalty and devotion, and vowed to see the Habsburg lands reunited once more, promising that this time Hungary would be the dominant constituent part. Earlier today, the Bulgarian leader Boris III has issued an official statement showing his rejection towards the Internal Macedonian Revolutionary Organization and publicly condemning their activities. Hey, Valiant. So very soon we'll have enough political power for our next advisor, which is probably going to be Diodon Save. our arms designer from FN Herstal. Nationalist Spain declared war on Spain. Unfortunately, this time I cannot get involved. It's an unnecessary distraction anyway. Considering how things went last time. Right, let's put some more guns in the market to make sure the Spanish have them available. There you are. And let's get Diodun Salve. Done. Diodun. Ethiopia has capitulated. November 36. The Ethiopian government's gone into exile. Main forces capitulated to Italy. And there we go. We've repudiated our treaties with France. Now we just need to wait for the government to collapse. So in the meantime, I think it's time for some monetary reconstruction. Following the First World War, the Belgian economy was left in tatters. In a bid to facilitate reconstruction and to pay off its massive debts, the Belgian Finance Ministry started printing money. Lots of money. Although this helped at the time, we are at risk of hyperinflation and must get this under control before any other reforms can take place. And part of this project of printing money is printing guns to convert into money. Is my UI size default or smaller than normal? Can't remember if I changed mine because it's bigger. It depends on your resolution. And mine is 2500. Oh, desktop. So yeah, 2500. Fascists? In our government, an aggressively nationalist sentiment has grown in Belgium, giving rise to several parties promoting fascist ideals. So this is, I guess, the 1936 election, even though it's technically already occurred. Yeah, I definitely need to look into this. It should not be happening. But what I can do is console command the fascist gain away, so it's like it never happened. I'm going to do that. See how this plays without it. For console commands, because I can never remember what they are. We want ideology. Add party popularity. I wonder if I can just do this, then -10? Yes, I can. Excellent. Okay, so that's where it should be. Perfect. Gonna need to remember to do that. And I'm going to get my post-it note where I have that written, and I'm going to double underline it because, my gosh, this event is annoying me. Guns. Sell more guns. There we are. Toad AA is completed. That's too far ahead of time. We definitely want construction too. I was going to say I think I usually get that earlier, but I'm not sure that's true. Actually, no, I think that is true. Yes, it is. I now have manpower again, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to recruit some more... No, I'm not. We're going to recruit divisions when I can't sell equipment anymore. Converting our military factories into civilian factories early on is just so incredibly valuable. Radio, still too far ahead of time. These ones, however, are not. So let's go ahead and get those going. Change template for the arboreal unit. So the chasseur. We don't have the army experience for it. Once we have our third advisor, we'll probably go for the chief of army, and then we can. I do like this track. It's a good one. Ooh, lots of guns available. Sell more. Sell, sell, sell. Alright, so we just got the monetary reconstruction. Let's get the Wallonian industry. I tend to do this one first, because having just the factories is more useful than getting the percentage. Like, the percentage makes sense when you have the factories already. Whether that math actually makes sense, I don't know, but in my head it does. Yep. I am kind of looking forward to people deciding what, like, the optimal Belgian route is. Because at the moment it's clearly just go V&V and conquer everything. But I don't really know how to slow that down. I don't even know if I should. I think being able to conquer France as easily as they do is the problem. But then again, most of the people I see doing the ultra expansionist V&V are very good at the game. So balancing it around them, not necessarily what I want to do. The Brazilian Communist Revolution, the ongoing turmoil in Brazil, has spiraled out of control in recent days, leading to a bloody civil war. The government has thwarted a plot by communist movement to overthrow the regime in 1935, but they failed to stem the greater red tide. This time it looks like Republicans are doing better in Spain. Sell, sell, sell. Oh, this time they didn't immediately disappear. I mean, we have a lot of sell orders underway, and they are still selling. Oh, there they go again. We're a year in, still making good amounts from all of this. We have 900 economic surplus. Which is how much? It's like a sixth of infrastructure. But what we're doing here is we're basically converting our military factories into civilian short-term. Their output anyway. Okay, so we've got the Wallonian industry. Next, I think we want the gold reserves. Because that government still hasn't collapsed. Thankfully, the Belgian state maintains a sizable gold reserve. At present, this provides us with a stable foundation for borrowing and lending within our country, although we could also choose to sell our gold to temporarily boost development and construction. There's the 150. So next up, we're going to go with the man with the plan. We can switch people out later. I just really like that efficiency cap and growth. And there it is, Paul van Zeeland corruption scandal. The corruption scandal haunting Paul van Zeeland's Catholic Party today worsened as the Prime Minister himself was found to have accepted contributions. It would seem to be simply a matter of time before his government collapses again. Is there no end to this corruption? Is there an expected time for the government to collapse? The mean time to happen is 70 days, but it's basically a random number. It's basically minimum 70 days. Because it's a really weird modifier. Because I used to have it when Belgium got the unknown sympathies and King Surrenders event, also in a mean time to happen trigger, but the trigger was 0. So as soon as it happens it's supposed to occur, but because it's still RNG, very often the two of them would trigger at the same time, like after Belgium has fallen. So you'd get the warning, hey, Belgium may fall if you don't hold these territories, when it actually falls. Didn't really work, so I changed the triggering. So now it's instant. We could go down... No. Nope. Distracted. The government has fallen again, and it's time for the king to step in and take action. There are two candidates for Prime Minister, the sure hand of Paul-Emile Janson, or Leon de Grelle, who has led the complaints against the corruption of the previous regime. We decided to go constitutional crisis, didn't we, so we can bring Spark in. Meanwhile, Finn Hairstyle has leveled up. Let's get that soft attack and reliability locked in. You guys have stopped training. It's not good. Because then I can get my army experience, which is important because it allows me to do this. And actually start producing FN hairstyle equipment. Minimax, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the channel. How long have I been playing Hoi for now? As in today or in total? Computing machine is less than a year. Let's do it. Today. I usually stream for 4 hours, take a 2-hour break, and then stream another 4 hours. So this is the second stream. I'll probably go for another hour or so. Royal appointment. Paul van Zeeland finally resigned as the Prime Minister and leaves his post in disgrace. This time Leopold III, the King himself, has declared he will step in and appoint a new Prime Minister. There are two prominent candidates. Paul Emil Jonsson, a leader of the Liberal Party and a member of the Government of National Unity, is seen as the stable hand. The other is Leon de Grill, heralded as the voice of law and order and recently bolstered by his own party's success in the election. This time we're going to go with the fascists. I'm going to bring in the Belgian Inquisitor, war support and fascism support. But we're immediately going to launch the constitutional crisis. Hubert Pirlo, an outspoken critic of fascism, and Leon de Grill vocally opposed the King's decision to appoint the latter as the Prime Minister. He has rallied support in Parliament and forced through an emergency bill declaring the King temporarily unfit to reign, and thus to declare his appointment void before he could get the royal assent. So you work for Paradox. How is the relationship with them for streaming? Do you only stream Paradox games or others? Or are they okay with it? Yeah, I mean, it was basically in my contract to say that I can stream. So they have no problem with it. Yeah, it's basically no difference. I just need to be a bit more careful about which sponsorships and the like I take. And I stream everything. I still do stream everything. I just mostly stream Paradox games, but then I always have. Continued government attempts at reasserting centralised control over the mostly independently acting anarchist communes in northeastern Spain, as well as the Stalinist repression of dissident communist viewpoints, has led to full-blown infighting in the Republican front. So the anarchists are here. Fairly chunky anarchist again. Construction 2. So all of those are now done. I still really want to try and get an air force. I still think I can. Let's do it. I'm determined to make this work. And the guns are still being sold. What does the color coding on tech mean? So they are related to the breakthroughs for special projects. So for example, yellow is physics, so it goes towards nuclear tech. Red is air, so it goes towards aerodynamics and avionics, and in fact it says there, produces 0.12 daily breakthrough progress towards aerodynamics and avionics. So yellow is physics, red is aerodynamics. As you can see here, basically everything is red. Blue is naval, and then green is land. And then if I right-click on this tab, so left-click brings you the research slots. If you just right-click on it, it'll automatically open the experimental facilities, and you can see how it corresponds here. Right, what was I researching? I think that was another industrial that just finished. Yes, it was. So, I really don't need support weapons just yet. What about armed cars? That's still way ahead of time. Support companies. We do want to get field hospitals, so let's get that going. Constitutional crisis done. Hubert Pirlo is now in power. So let's see the king abdicate. And this will mean that Charles, the Count of Flanders... Oh wait, who did I lose? Save. Oh, because I was temporarily fascist, right. I forgot about that. He does not work with the fascists. Alright, so King's abdication, that just upgrades the advisor, but leads to Leopold going, so Belgium no longer capitulates if you lose one of your 3 main cities, which is a big reason to go constitutional crisis. And then the snap election so we can start going socialist towards the European community. Following the public breakdown of relations between Parliament and the monarch, pressure has been applied to King Leopold to abdicate. The hope is that he will go peacefully. There are no civil wars in Belgium. He will go peacefully. That was another thing I was wrestling with. It's like, do I have civil wars, especially for like something like the king abdicating? But I basically decided Belgium is such a small country and they are really time-struck anyway. I think there are more interesting things you could do at the time than fighting a tiny little civil war. So I decided not to. Marco Polo Bridge incident. Japanese and Chinese forces have skirmished inconclusively over the strategic Marco Polo Bridge located just southwest of Beijing. US Congress passed the Neutrality Act. With tensions rising around the globe, the US Congress has been the scene of intense discussions around the role the United States should play on the world stage. Many members are concerned that President Franklin Delano Roosevelt might secretly be planning to intervene in a European or Asian war. I sell more guns. Yes, but there were already some on the market, so I think we are reaching the era of market saturation. I'm guessing the Leopold of the World War II era isn't the good Leopold. He's also not the very, very bad one. So there were 3 Leopolds. Leopold I was probably the good Leopold. He was the first king of Belgium and he held Belgium together against the Dutch after independence. Which as a Dutchman, bad Leopold. As a Belgian fanboy right now, good Leopold. Leopold II, the less said about that man, the better. One word, Congo. Third Leopold started out as probably one of the most popular kings in Europe in the run-up to the Second World War. Really, really popular. Son of King Albert, who was also super popular, known as the Soldier King, because he fought literally in the trenches in the First World War alongside his men and refused to sanction the massed offensives the other members of the Entente were doing, like the Somme, Verdun... No, Verdun was a German offensive. Basically the mass soldier charges. He was like, no, Belgians are not going to take part in this. And then he was also married to a Swedish princess. I should know this, but I don't. And that's going to bug me now, because there's even more of a story behind that. But basically, she was really popular, kind of a Princess Diana kind of figure. She died in a motor accident when he was driving. And everyone was really sad about that. Then, during the war, he started to make some very questionable decisions. So, first of all, he surrendered the army without Parliament sanctioning it. He just was like, no, we're done, surrender. Which, for some people, was a good thing. It's like he saved the lives of many of his soldiers, maybe. On the other hand, he betrayed all of the allies, and Belgium could have fought on. He just chose not to. He then started being in frequent correspondence with Hitler. He then, during the war, got married again at a time when 600,000 Belgian soldiers were in prisoner of war camps and unable to see their own loved ones. He decided to go on a bit of a love thing, eventually getting married, held the honeymoon at a Nazi member's castle in Germany. And so after the war, he was tried as a German collaborator, well, not successfully, but he was forced to abdicate. And then his brother, Count Charles, his brother Charles the Count of Flanders became the new regent. Which is why, if you go with King Surrenders, you can actually bring him in and make him the royal regent, or if you... How do you do it again? You can make him king. Right. If you go down constitutional crisis... No, because you don't get king surrender then. There is a way of making him king, I just don't remember how. I should know this, seeing as I wrote this. I think it's if he's already the regent. Then you can make him king. I'll need to double check to see what happens after king's abdication to king surrender. So I'm fairly sure you can still get king surrender if you surrender as a constitutionalist. But that's after you capitulate. You just get access to that tree. China declared Wang Guangxi. There's the king's abdication. So what happens here? Yeah, there we go. This is how he becomes king. So you still get king surrender when you capitulate. He's already been declared unfit to reign. I can't remember if that automatically completes. It probably should. And then you're locked into this side. Well, he's currently quite royal, and he should be royal regent. That's a bug. Because removing the wrong trait means he'll effectively get both of them. And what was the other issue? Right, unfit to reign should be locked, otherwise you can still make Leopold the king. Which of the Belgian political paths are my favourites out of curiosity? I must admit I do like the historical branch. I think it's quite open to developing kind of as you want, but it's also entirely possible to play entirely historical and hit the historical dates. I paid very close attention to that. I also really like the nationalist fascist path. The tall Belgium, not the expansionist Belgium. It's kind of interesting playing as a minor Axis power with a big African colony, because you can really change how the war in Africa progresses. Because remember, if you are playing as a fascist in the Axis, France and Britain, you're at war with them, so Congo becomes a major battlefield. Do I know who wrote the Congo tree? I did. So yes, I do. I wrote the shared Congo focus tree, so the bits with the flags. This was all me, although it was implemented by Jonathan, my jolly good colleague, and then this bit was actually designed and implemented by Jonathan. Because initially the plan was to have this, basically it was going to be to have the generic focus tree, and instead of the industrial, I replaced that with the shared focus tree. But then Jonathan decided to do a bit more, as Jonathan is wont to do from time to time. So he stripped out the rest of the generic tree and then made his own bit. And that's how that evolved. Initially Congo was supposed to just be like a minor addition to the level of Iceland. But it evolved during development to what it is now. Alright, let's call this snap election. With the constitutional crisis contained for the moment, it's time to ensure the government once again has its legitimacy. Otherwise, it's no different from those it's just deposed. At the moment, Paul-Henri Spaak of the Socialists and Hubert Pirlo, the Catholic Party, are the forerunners. Ooh, constitutional crisis. We are going to have access to a facility this path. Which one is it? That one. Land Warfare Facility from Expedite Fort Construction. What happened to Luxembourg then? There was never any plan for Luxembourg. And in fact, I had to beg, borrow, and steal Belgium. Belgium wasn't intended either. But then when I joined the team, I was basically, please, please let me do Belgium. Please, please, please. And they were like, fine. Just to shut you up. China took 3 states. Shaanxi was annexed. And there we go. Shaanxi has capitulated. Because the initial plan was for Germany focus tree with most of the content designers working on it, Austria focus tree with 1 content designer on it, and then a Hungary rework, not like a full replacement. Again, Jonathan went overboard and developed an entirely new tree for Hungary. So we got Hungary, I did Belgium, Marlin did Austria, and then Daniel and Manu did Germany. With Manu and me also working really heavily on special projects, particularly Manu. Like most of the special project stuff is Manu and Tomasz. Tomasz being our game designer. Oh yeah, this was definitely the perfect time to add Belgium. I always felt kind of weird that there was no Belgium, but there was a Netherlands, even though Belgium was a big component to the start of the Second World War. So I really did feel like it needed content, and thankfully I was able to present a solid case for why it should be included, which honestly the special projects really contributed to. Because a big part of my argument was Manhattan Project, not possible without Congo uranium. So we should really have a way of having Congo's uranium in the game, which is also why Congo has stuff. And in fact, if you look at the shared focus tree, Chinkalabwe mine gives Belgium nuclear bonuses, but the Uranium Development Trust, I don't think people have actually realized how powerful this is yet, because this allows you to give the bonuses that Belgium gets with Chinkalabwe mine to everyone in your faction. And then hilariously, smuggle uranium, let Congo give those uranium bonuses to any other major power, even if they're at war with them. Okay, we got the snap election. With the constitutional crisis contained for the moment, it's time to ensure the government once again has its legitimacy, otherwise it's no different from those they just deposed. At the moment, Paul Henry Spock of the Socialists and Hubert PLO, the Catholic Party, the forerunners in the potential snap election. So we're going to go with Spock here. So we're going to have the Partij Ouvrier Belge. He's going to become the leader, and we then have the diplomatic tight in charge of the party. And there we go, my main man Spock. So now we want to do support European projects and then European community. In a world dominated by war and conflict, it's become extremely apparent to us that neutrality is no longer a guarantee of peace. As such, we should reach out to the fellow European states and create a body dedicated to mutual security and economic stability, and thus, together, we can prosper. Oh, this invites Spain. How does it choose that third nation? Spain while it's in the Civil War. Huh. Do I think I'll do a Congo run sometime? Yeah, almost certainly. And I have also done Belgium in Exile. Yes, the historical playthrough. Kind of an accidental Belgium in Exile. Does seem to be still a market for the guns. Though I think I'm going to start switching out what I'm producing, so we're going to get some... Hang on. Let's do this as I'm able to upgrade them. Now I am going to have to spend more political power on Didion Saive. What I'd really like to do is get one of these guys. with Oscar. Field Hospital 1. So we really want to get engine 2s so we can start getting some decent fighters in production as soon as we can. We're also going to need all of our political power for the European project. That's true. Hopefully this time we can actually get some of these civilian factories built. This time France actually remained democratic, so they may actually... Oh no, they're already in the Allies. That was quick. Finland was annexed. Oh, by White Finland. That was a civil war. I thought that was the Soviets there for a second. Could you convince me to buy Hoi 4? Because I've been thinking about it for some time, but don't know if it's worth the money. Ban, that's definitely not something I can do. Like, I literally work on this game. It's not fair for me to do that. Chat, however, can. So chat, if you have anything to say to Ban about Hoi 4, then now's your chance. And there we go. Netherlands joined the European Union, Luxembourg joined the European Union, and Spain has joined the European Union. So is there anything... Yeah, we can join your war. We're in.
Vos ordres? Écoutez! Écoutez!
Right, let's promote Michiels first of all. Make you the Field Marshal. No, I wasn't going to make you a Field Marshal. Shoot. I was going to leave you as a General. Because then you gain experience faster and you can get your Army Chief stats quicker. I'm going to reload. And yeah, I think that the game is currently on a really heavy discount too, so now's a good chance to try it, if you wish to do so. Grind, good.
Oui, chef!
Right, so first of all, I need to promote Deschamps and make you the Field Marshal. Then in charge of the infantry is going to be Paya. In charge of the Congolese, it's going to be Verstater. In charge of the Chasseur Ardennais, it's going to be Chaos.
Prêt au départ!
This is a five-way civil war. The Maximist Portuguese are at war with everyone except for Spain. So who are we at war with? Northern Portugal, and then these two.
Attention!
Alright, I think the first thing I want to do is shift this border.
Oui, chef!
I see forests. There are also forests here.
Prêt au départ!
Let's have you actually here in the middle. Try to punch across to Valencia. Let's see. Off they go. Right, new focus is needed. Do I go straight for the European community? No, because we're at war, so people aren't going to want to join it straight away. So I think now instead... I'm going to do the Belgian Air Force, so I don't need to hire an Air Force guy, because I get the air experience from this. Belgium was an early adopter of air power, developing a force during the last war which gave a very good account of themselves. Unfortunately, budgetary constraints have held innovation back since. As tensions rise, we must ensure that our air deterrent remains strong. China took 2 states. Guangxi has capitulated, so China's beating up their warlords at the moment. Successfully, apparently. Although they only took a chunk of Guangxi, they didn't actually beat it all. Yes. Call me in. By all means. Alright, we have more than enough guns. So what I'm also going to do is I'm going to send some of those via Lend-Lease to my buddies in Spain, where the rain will fall mostly upon the plain. And Mordred, very interesting to hear a bit more about Belgian history. There's a lot more that I didn't know I now realise. Good. Glad to hear that. Right, yes, we should also modify the Chasseur Ardennais. Although, I need to be building the other things, and I want to get them up to scratch first. So let's get those in production. Oops. Oh no, sport equipment doesn't have a special thing. Is there anything else I need? What cars? Do I need to call Congo in? No, I don't think I do. And you are defensive doctrine. I think I don't have the command power for it. Never mind. We're also at war, but we don't have enough, not even close to having enough war support. Let's get rid of Scars the Great War. Alright, our units have just arrived. So now we're waiting for them to get their planning, preparation and organisation back. Meanwhile, where is the planning? It's not active there. It's not active there. It's active here though. That's a little unfortunate, because punching through here would be very nice. Also, those guys are cut off. Could I save them? Well, the Soviets are quite strong, so maybe. And they're not being attacked right now, so possibly. Let's see what can be done. There we go, basic small airframe is done. Engine is underway. Heavy MG is too long. Now we really need some of these guns upgrades. Can you explain to me what armoured cars are supposed to do? Never been able to figure them out. So the main thing about armoured cars that I particularly like is... That's how you do it. This is how you do it. The fact that they have got the highest recon stats. So if you look here, reconnaissance, armoured cars at 2, motorised at 1.5, armoured recon companies have 1, and cavalry recon have 1. Oh, this would be true. Oops, let me reset and remove. Let's do that again. So cavalry recon have 1, motorised recon 1.5, armoured recon should have 1. Cavalry recon 1. Armored recon don't have recon. Really? Yeah, they do. It says right there, +1. Need to look into that. Motorized recon 1.5, armored car recon 2, and the cavalry recon just 1. They are also effective on deserts. So if you have armored cars, they basically act like light tanks, but they're very, very fast in deserts. Also, I forgot. Look at that model. How amazing is that model? That's one of the Minerva Imperia armored cars from World War One. That's quite possibly actually one of my favourite models. Maybe if I do a motorized company in the future, we should make them look like the armored cars. Cool, so Renard is ready to get some building going on. Now, where are the production bonuses? That one's one of them. Is that the only one? Yes. No, there's one. But this just makes them better. No, I think that making our planes just hit harder is the way to go. So again, we're going to start with metal skin.
Oui, chef.
Are you guys ready to attack? Where are you?
Écoutez.
Take the train. We'll move on.
Hey, chef.
Let's see if I can save these guys. I think I probably can.
Hey, chef.
And now I just need you to regain your organization and your planning prep. That is definitely doable. And keep an eye on Madrid to make sure it doesn't fall. What am I short on? Trains. Okay. Well, the next time we get a military factory, it's going to go on trains. I need 10 more war support. How am I going to do that? Oh, I know how. By getting the defense bill through. Yeah, war support, plus 15. Our declaration of perpetual neutrality was not precisely well received in the international stage. However, the reality is this needed to be done to concentrate political support towards a significant rearmament program. Oh dear, they're being attacked now. Am I going to break through, or are they going to be defeated? That's the question. So are you guys ready to attack? Not quite. I don't think I'm going to make it in time. Although this doesn't seem to be fighting against the Soviet unit. Oh no, he is in there. I could do a force attack, but I don't think it's really worthwhile. Meanwhile, you lot punch them. Oh, we're not in the war against you.
Prêt au départ.
No, we're only in the nationalist war.
Prêt au départ.
So I have you lot guarding a pointless area. '93, '94. Oh, this is going to go right to the wire. Thankfully, these guys seem to be holding out remarkably well. And there we go, we've broken it open. They've been saved! Go me! Well, in the meantime, you lot may as well go and attack up to Zaragoza. Make use of the fact that this place doesn't have any unplanned offensives.
Oui, chef.
Engine 2. So now I can start working on the new fighter. It's less than a year. Let's go for some construction, because industry is always the right choice. And now let's design this new fighter. So we want to have machine guns, not 2 engines, single engine, upgraded. So. And then I want to start producing Phantoms. Which will require me to have civilian factories, so that might need to wait a second. If armoured cars are for recon, then what are anti-tank armoured cars supposed to be role-wise? Basically a cheap armoured option, and I think they increase movement speed. Hey Felipe. Or Philippe. However you pronounce it. So you guys are attacking that way, we're just not in that wall. Ah, we were literally just not in that wall. Okay, let's defeat these guys, because we're actually defeating some Italian volunteers here. Then I think what's going to happen is we're going to move over here. And launch an offensive on this. Alright, you guys are just being counterattacked right now. So let's cancel your current plans, because I want you to go and take Valencia. Plus 7k in that fight already. Alright, now we're in the fight against these guys. That makes a lot more sense. Let's have all of you assigned to this. And delete all of those random lines. It's interesting that we're getting more involved in Spain this way than via the volunteer path. Although this way is more dangerous, because now we are in a faction. I think that may open it up so that other people can join too. Yellow River blown. In a last-ditch attempt to halt the oncoming might of the Japanese forces, the network of dikes and flood defences along the Yellow River were destroyed by the Chinese army. We need to be careful that if France loses, then Spain is going to be vulnerable. when it comes to a potential clash with the fascists. A clash with the fash. This, I'm guessing, is still unplanned offensive ground. And we like the southern Portuguese, so these guys are losing right now. They're the ones we're fighting against, that's fine. Their last standings, they're about to lose a bunch of equipment. I am okay with this. Alright, speed 4 this. Clash of the Fash sounds like a good fashion show name. I mean, you're not wrong. Alright, 52 war support. That's more like it. I think what I want to do probably is Congo. Do I want Cockerel here? I mean, yes, I do. Do I want anything more? Manpower, so I can actually start building up my army. I need factories. No, stop getting distracted. Build more industry. We don't have an industrial concern, so we could do Société Générale de Belgique to get the minus 20% consumer goods. Congo investment it is. The Belgian central government is well aware of the riches of Congo, and as such, we could harness that wealth and turn it towards the further recovery of the Belgian economy, or, hang on, here's 70 day. No, we're doing this. All it will take is a little upfront investment. We are in fact selling guns to the French Congo, the Belgian Congo. Panay incident. American and British gunboats were attacked by Japanese aircraft in separate actions today, while evacuating Western civilians from the front line in the war between Japan and China. Tensions running high between the United States and Japan. The recent Panay incident has spun out of control. Outrage in the United States has led several prominent politicians to demand an immediate reprisal against Japan. American media has been awash with news stories of Japanese atrocities, some true, some exaggerated, some entirely made up. With the two great powers on the brink of war, few observers still hold hope that the situation can be stabilized. That picture goes hard. Carlist Spain declared war on nationalist Spain. And on our buddies. Now this is a complicated civil war. I don't think I've ever seen it like this before, actually. Let me take a picture of this. It's kind of interesting. There we go.
Continuez l'attaque!
Alright, now we can. War economy. Boom. How many Spains do you want? Yes. Exactly. Whoops, I just cancelled that. Research notification. Not what I intended to do. Action tools. They're last standing again.
Bougez-vous!
Or is that just a continuation from the previous last stand? Nope, that was just a continuation. Vanguard Chile declared war on Chile. Congo investments are done. Let's get Société Générale. The megalithic company at the heart of much of the Belgian economy. If we want the organizational and financial muscle needed to develop an entire country, there is no one better to turn to bolster our interest in the Congo. Swaraj movement makes gains in the provincial elections. British civil servants woke to a rude shock this morning as the results of the recent provincial elections came in. It is clear now that a large majority of Indians have given their votes to the pro-Swaraj candidates. In provinces across India, calls have already been started to turn this limited amount of local government into total self-rule as quickly as possible. Once again, there is open fighting in Soviet Russia. This time, however, it's not a war between the Bolsheviks and the Whites, but rather a war between rivaling factions within the Communist Party. Joseph Stalin holds the capital, while the rebels, led by Lev Kamenev, are based around Arkhangelsk. Rumours are circulating that Lev Kamenev's rebellion is sponsored by foreign powers, but the validity of these rumours remains to be seen. Oh, you didn't invite me to the investment. I mean, yeah, definitely no foreign powers. Right, I could get some of these. Defense, planning, logistics. Let me do defense, so let's get that. I think I also want tip of the spear so I can get the special forces upgrades. And then the final one, static warfare. These guys are holding annoyingly well. You guys have just given up a bunch of territory.
C'est parti!
Well, it's giving us a lot of experience, so there are some upsides here. FN Hairstyle. Let's just make more of them. And then you can go for concentrated industry 3. I take it we already have research. Yes, 38. Stability is really not good. I did, however, get rid of the Scars of the Great War penalties entirely. So we're going to be building stuff faster. Speaking of... Right, we're already doing factories. Yeah, we should be building this really quickly now. That's going to get me... Yeah, I'd say that's enough factories. And after this, we'll go for the mills. Post Publique has been completed by Belgian Congo. Right, they can get that early because we're in a war. Post Publique can only be done by Belgium unless we're in a war. Fascist influence foreign policy. This is one of those ones which I'm going to get rid of the fascist support. Because that should not be triggering. It's an event that will not appear as of soon. Minimax, thank you for the follow. Atomarius wanted me to drink some tea. Cheers. Valentin, Andre, and Fitzhelby, thank you very much for the follows. Welcome to the channel. Good to have you joining us. Officer call. Gizmo, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. Peru declared war on Ecuador. Okay, we're pushing in closer to Valencia now. Although the push that was supposed to be at Valencia has missed. War in South America, stemming from the disputes that have been happening in the regions of Napo, Pastaza, and Santiago Zamora on the border of Peru and Ecuador ever since the dissolution of Gran Colombia. Skirmishes have now started to occur between the two countries' forces. We are about to take Alicante though. And actually the attack on Valencia is looking like it's going to be pretty potent. We'll trap a whole bunch of these guys in. Can anyone recommend me some books on the Spanish Civil War? I'd like to know more, but I've only ever found one book on it during my high school years. Afraid that's not something I can help with. I don't know. I do want to double check. Oops. Quit India movement. How much disk space do I actually have on my video recording? Drive. 1.8 terabytes. Is that right? Yeah. No. 900 gigabytes. We're good. Quit India movement. Indian calls for independence have intensified lately. Now things have come to a head as the radical Quit India movement has called for the United Kingdom to leave the country as quickly as possible. And there we go. We've got the Société Générale de Belgique. So now... I don't like how late we're leaving the European Union stuff. I do need more manpower so we can get more troops. FN hairstyle leads to Poudre de Belgique, which does give me more military factories. Which I think might be what I want to do. This also gives me more factory output. Belgium is blessed by a world-renowned arms industry, Fabrique Nationale de Herstal, or FN Herstal, being the most prominent. This arms manufacturer produces exceptional quality arms designed by the very best in the business. A close working collaboration with the Browning Arms Company further reinforces the truly global reach that our companies enjoy. After a rant about feeling a bit disappointed that Austria-Hungary as Austria feels a little soulless, no Hungarian or Czech generals or admirals to join you. Even if they join you peacefully, also no Czech tank MIO just goes away. Austria-Hungary still claims to have no tank expertise despite the Czechs peacefully joining Iran. That's good feedback. You should post it in the... What would be the best way? DM it to me actually on Discord and I'll forward that to Marlon, because that is good feedback. Especially the Czech tank MIO. Because as it happens, the two tank MIOs that Belgium can get from Germany and from the Soviets were actually implemented by Marlin. And I think it's a good idea. It's a good suggestion. Yay! We cut off 6 of them. Nice. Am I going to bomb the European Union? That is the plan. I am going to confirm an exit because I don't care about this. No. Maximalist Portugal were the ones we were supporting. Could have stolen the navy, I guess, but no, I'd rather the Portuguese kept that. So, Communist Portugal won the Civil War. And the Carlists have actually very nicely broken the these guys in half. That bit has no planning penalty.
Hey, chef.
Definitely want to keep the Chasseurs-Ardennais pushing through the mountains, since that's what this specialization is. Just collapse. Even without any planning prep. Alright, well, here we go. I can invite to faction. Portugal! Yes, definitely. We helped you in the Civil War, so I guess you like us. All of Nanjing, the capital of the Republic of China, Nanjing has been occupied by forces of the Empire of Japan. Despite fierce resistance from the walled city's Chinese defenders, Japanese troops managed to capture Zhongshan Gate and fought their way into the city. A significant development. Meanwhile, we can get any of those doctrines. No, still not building any planes, am I? July 38. So we're going to get Poudre Réunie de Belgique, and then I think we're going to do European Community. Then probably start working on this stuff, because I'm going to need some defenses. That's true, thank you. Yes, I should absolutely update this to then. I think I'm going to get rid of the light tank destroyer. Man, Mountaineers are cheap. Let's do support anti-air. Not hospital. And then I would do engineer companies if I could. Do I have this kit? No. Yes. No. 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 Awesome! Make it happen. This does have unplanned defensive. These two don't. However, if their units are that weak and we can push all the way to Barcelona, we can just cap them. Phalangist Poland declared war on Poland. They're used to Portugal being Phalangist. I can lower the autonomy of Congo. Yeah, do it. It's gonna take me a long time to go down here. I mean, they'll at least have to spend political power to get themselves out of that. They're just persistently reducing their autonomy. Cool. Those are some stronger looking units. It's getting us a ton of experience though. So that's good. Yeah, Chasseur Ardennais are not looking too hot at the moment, but I think that's mostly a gun shortage. Am I still selling guns? Oh, they all sold. I mean, yes, they all sold. What I was hoping was that there would be some there which I could then use to equip my own divisions. The Fourth Internationale, a number of communist delegates from around the world, met in Paris today for a founding conference laying the groundwork for what is to be known as the Fourth Internationale. Calls for its formation have existed for years, with supporters of Trotsky's theories taking the lead. Well, this Spain is going to die soon. I mean, to be fair, once Barcelona is gone, they'll die as well. They're going to be massively losing equipment. Alright, let's get the Poudre Réunie de Belgique. The second oldest armed company of Belgium, the Poudre specialise in munitions, so streamlining their position in our logistical network will provide us with real explosive results. And we can also get more red style productivity. I could have got their unique nodes. Mistake. Right, because we got tip of the spear, special forces are cheap. That is true. Polish Senation Junta was annexed. So Poland is non-aligned. Wow, that's messy. That is a civil war. That actually looks the most civil war-y of all the civil wars I've seen. Like, the lines are never as clean as are usually portrayed. Love the Belgian flag, Mordred. Thank you. It's basically the Belgian flag, but stuck on its side. Hey, hi, hello there. I'd like you to just punch through this, please. Thank you, good. You got in the way. That's okay, we seem to be punching through you relatively easily.
Pas de pitié.
Uruguay declared war on the Second Brazilian Republic. I have a feeling that war's not going to last very long. And there goes the Regional Defence Council. You don't have anything I want, so confirm an exit. Okay, Carlist Spain, you're next.
Donnez vos ordres. Parez.
Question. Where do we not have unplanned offensives? We have them virtually everywhere. Don't have them here. So the Carlist capital is going to be like the only place. So I think it might actually be easier for us to go after the nationalists.
Hey, chef.
And this time we will get some planning preparation. Is manpower out? So. How short are we? Ooh, quite short. Well, I guess that's another thing I need to do then. I really need to get the EU going though. I'm getting nervous by how late this is. Are we going Stalinist? No. We're going European. They're sent. I hope it's helpful feedback for Austria-Hungary path of Austria. Remember, before for Hungary, they get Austrian and Czech generals when they peacefully reunify with them, so it felt weird that Austria does not. No, it's really good feedback. Thank you. Much appreciated.
Hey, chef.
Okay, your planning preparation is mostly done. Wow, those guys got a lot of experience.
Parez.
Yours is done. But apparently you cannot push.
Vos ordres.
Probably because your unit strength is so low at the moment. Probably because of this. Yeah, I just need to get the military factories online. I don't think I'm going to have much time to build defences. Oh, that's the Union of Britain. Right, because they have the allies. German Reich declared war on the Kingdom of Bohemia, Moravia, and Silesia. Oh, they went for Austro-Hungarian. Although many have wished for a long-lasting peace in Europe, a recent turn of events has left Germany on the path of war once again. Despite clearly violating the Treaty of Versailles, German troops have mobilized and are ready to go on the offensive. German officials state that they no longer keep the Rhineland demilitarized, arguing the need to protect German citizens in the area. Right, Sudetenland basically turned hard, but this time they didn't go for me. Yeah.
Prêt au départ.
Alright, now you guys are ready. There we go. Poudre Riundi Belgique are done, so let's get some more guns in production. Now we can also get our planes. And I think it's time for increased length of no, European community. We have to do this. The early days of the European project have gone well, so we should consider expansion of our membership and the ratification of a series of treaties that govern the future of the community. We could even consider moving towards a more federal model, with Belgium taking a leading role at its heart. Last standing. Stop it! Queen Maud of Norway has died. Fascists are doing their thing. Fascists are getting rid of. Oh, me and Spain have the same number of factories as they stand at the moment. And Portugal. Netherlands is actually the leader in terms of industrialization. So far. You guys are being pushed. I don't like that very much. But you guys should be getting supply, as long as I guess these two don't fall.
Aux ordres.
2.9k short. Okay, we're on to our last 3 civilian factories. After that, it's all military. Although we are definitely going to need to build some forts. German Reich claims Memel, with German forces poised on the border. Iron Wolf Lithuania is given into the German ultimatum, demanding the surrender of the old Prussian territory of Memel. Let's just get that built for now. CCCI has been completed by Belgian Congo. Actually, our allies are pushing in nicely over there. We're now about 30,000 troops short.
Prêt, chef.
Just need to make sure that none of these guys like throw themselves into complete oblivion. That's a lot of veterancy. Good grief. Construction 3. Okay, that's all of those done. Oh no, that's still more than a year away. Oh, we need to finish these. Dutch naval invaded Bilbao. Nice. Oh wow, yeah, they did. That would get them to capitulate. Oh, so close. Okay, Austria-Hungary is holding out fairly well so far. Certainly better than we did. In the previous game, that definitely never happened.
Aux ordres.
There goes nationalist Spain. So now it's just the car lists. That's a lot of car lists. Where the devil did they all come from?
Paré.
I mean, kind of nice of them to spread out so much, because now they're going to be a lot easier to push back. But still.
Pas de pitié.
Let's just finish this. Aftermath of the Chilean earthquake, Dominion of Canada seeks immediate repatriation. After the breakdown in negotiations with Westminster and an unprecedented 63-hour debate, the Canadian Parliament has overturned the British North America Act, instead enshrining the Canadian Constitution in laws untouchable by the British Parliament or monarchy. And there we go, European Community is done. So now, I think I need the manpower from increased length of service. With tensions rising around the globe, our strategic position between military giants, we must show our willingness to defend ourselves and ensure our territorial sovereignty. As such, we will put ourselves on heightened alert and increase the length of service for those currently serving. Yugoslavia joined the Allies. Since the formation of Benelux, the governments of the Low Countries have endeavoured to attract further interest in a strong and neutral bloc of sanity. Now, a whole slew of new nations have been invited to join the alliance, and to accommodate this influx of new member nations, it has been decided to rename it the European Union. And technology... we need better shooters. Better shooters! Get rid of the fascists again. Pretty mixed government there. Now, has this got a prepared invasion? It does. So this is not going to be nearly as slow. Australia declares independence. The Australian government today announced that they will unilaterally be breaking with ties with the British government. They cite their inability to reconcile their political views with the present political developments occurring in the Union of Britain. So does Australia. So Canada, Australia, New Zealand have all declared independence. And we can get some new technology, which I think is going to be cannons. Am I producing AA? No, it should be. South Africa declares independence. Dutch Air Force is here. Kingdom of Bohemia, Moravia and Silesia has capitulated. Oh dear. We may well be next after that. No, Poland will probably be next. We are starting to build military factories now, at least. And Pannonia is about to fall, at which point we can start to expand the EU. GB's gone socialist. We did get a metric ton of experience. Stalinist victory. Stalinist. Interesting. After a long, grueling civil war, the Second Republic has finally defeated their anarchist and nationalist enemies and secured full control over Spain. Though isolated pockets of nationalist troops continue to wage a guerrilla war that may well hamper the exertion of the local Republic control in previously nationalist areas, it is unlikely further coordinated resistance of any significance will materialize. Alright, time to go home. And time to start inviting new governments. You want me to demobilize? I should be able to deal with that. So we can get Sweden, Poland, Estonia, Latvia, Italy, Romania, Greece, Denmark, Bulgaria and Ireland. Well, I think last time we started out really well getting Sweden. I'm throwing a quick save here. We don't need a manpower law. We are literally getting manpower right now from this. Let's get Sweden in. Who writes the Historical World News? Whoever worked on the country related to it. Do we want Poland in this? No, I think I want Poland in the Allies. India declares independence. There's the manpower. I keep forgetting Royal Military Academy as a research slot. Let's defend neutrality. It's time to fortify. Now that we've made our neutral stance clear, it is time for us to begin working towards enforcing it. We'll make ourselves too difficult to conquer, thereby making invasion unfeasible. Sure, it'll work. Germany took 21 states. Bohemia, Moravia, Silesia, Transylvania, and Cisleithania have all been annexed. Fall of Budapest. Reports from Budapest confirm the Trans-Lithuanian capital has been captured by advancing German troops. Small arms fire can still be heard from some fortifications along the Danube shores, but no significant Trans-Lithuanian forces have been sighted within the city. Yeah, I thought the communist factions might decide to leave, and they are. Oh, you're not even in the faction. You were puppeted by the Soviets. So Europe right now is just the Benelux. Yes. We are not as strong as we think we are.
Hey, chef.
We do have a lot of armoured cars, however, so I think one thing I would like to do is switch you out for a light armoured car company. And you as well. Is that exactly 0? What other things do we have? We are still short on sport equipment and trucks. We need more of, well, everything, frankly. And I think I also want to prepare these for proper warfare. We're going to keep the AA as support, because I am trying to build fighters too, which will keep the organization of these units higher. And I really would like you to have field hospitals and engineers, but that's going to depend on how many support equipment we can produce. 8 days until we have our answer with Sweden. March 39. What do you think? Should we try to get into Italy in? I think we probably should. Now is the most likely time they would do it. They are non-aligned. They joined. Good. Yeah, let's extend the invitation. Right, I need to sort out my war support. Do I have any negatives from anything? Language barriers. Oh, I just need radio. Just. I have 88 days. 183 days. That's a no. I need 2. I mean, world tension may well rise high enough. And if it absolutely comes down to it, we can get the ambassador to London, though I'd rather not. Defensive neutrality is done. Oh, hang on. One of these might be war support. Construction speed. War support. There you go. That'll do. The cultures that comprise the Belgian identity are our greatest strength, for it is from these different ideals, perspectives, and indeed languages that we can find true understanding. That which divides us unites us. $70 days. 77. Haha! Oh, my minion wants to raise its autonomy. Alright, let's build some infrastructure in your country so you decide not to do that. There and there. Let's go. Because keeping you a puppet means that we could do regional specialization, Congo's place in the world, and then immediately do overseas department. That'll lock you in place. I think I might even do that. I don't want a repeat of last time.
Attention.
Just in case Germany
Aux ordres.
surprises me, let's go ahead and prepare our defenses. You can defend the Ardennes.
Donnez vos ordres.
You can defend everything that's not the Ardennes.
Parez.
And we shall see how that goes.
Oui, chef.
Oh, Congo troops are here. I don't think there's a huge risk of us going to war with the Allies. Well, it depends who else I invite to the faction. Let's leave you guarding down here for now. Italy says yes. Beautiful. Okay, next up, Greece. Now that we have Italy on our side, I think having Greece would be a good shot. Improved infantry equipment. Italy wants me called into a war. Is that against Ethiopia by any chance? That might draw me into war against the Allies, because Ethiopia is probably hosted by Britain.
Hey, chef.
Your manpower is 100%, so you didn't lose any experience levels. Excellent. Okay. So now it's just equipment that I'm short on. And that is going to be primarily guns, a little bit of artillery. Okay, we brought you up back from the precipice. I'm going to need to keep on doing this though, because the more officer corps and things like that you get, the more autonomy you'll have. Uruguay and the Second Brazilian Republic have signed peace. Good. Right. Oh no, we're already inviting Greece. We're doing our thing. Demobilize has happened again. Oh, it must have gone over 50 and then below 50 again. Because it's reset. But that's okay. Once we have expression of Belgian unity, gets rid of the language barriers. Support weapons too. Nice. Now it's time for raiding. Greece joins the EU. Perfect. Alright, next up. Denmark? Let's get Ireland. Ireland's a safe choice. Can you have a tank division named Mammoth? No, because I have no tank divisions.
Écoutez.
I have infantry and I have Chasseurs Ardennais. And I have the Colonial Force Publique. What's this? FN Herstal. Ah, now we need to do these. Yes, yes, yes. Give me more of those. That might be a bug, so we can still federalise Portugal into the Union even though they left. Oh yeah, we can. Oh, spotted. catch. No, I don't think I want to spend my political power on anything else. We're very much in the expand the EU phase right now. Would federalizing not be a good way to expand your economy? Yes, but right now I just want to get more nations in the faction. We can worry about federalizing later. How are we looking here? Yeah. I want to get it so there's at least 100 points difference. So I probably don't need to have completing both. Never mind, I'm going to cancel that. Right, Belgian gates. Let's get that entrenchment and port efficiency. And let's also say, let's just make the one of each. I don't think I'm going to need more than that. Better artillery, absolutely. Can I upgrade the aircraft? Did I ever get the heavy machine guns? I did not. Did I ever actually build any aircraft? Of you. So let's get you training. Daytime. There you go, a couple of our Renards flying around. Wait, no, those aren't Renards, those are something else. I don't think that model matches. That's a bug. So we clearly have the model. It's clearly assigned to a different plane, but we're not seeing those. Bell. Basic fighter. Ireland joins the European Union. Excellent. Romania? Because we could also get Bulgaria in. Hey, Door 34. Yeah, no worries, of course. Okay, so you guys all like each other because you're already guaranteeing. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to invite the Bulgarians in, and if they accept, I'll invite the Romanians. And then maybe Denmark. Glad we got Italy, though. Jabai Sanmar has capitulated. Jabai Sanmar has announced its total surrender to Communist China. The Chinese forces, along with a number of independent Mar Communist supporters, have forced Ma Bufang and his government into exile. Oh yeah, People's Front's growing. Communist China. It's then beginning. Because it's a war with regular China, and Japan's the one that's just gobbling everything up as a result. Completed those. We could absolutely get the doctrines going now. No, because I want to get the theorist. This may well be the good opportunity to get that theorist now. Let's do it. Edward van den Bergen. Off we go. I like the changes they made to Belgium. The EU game I played as them earlier was real fun. I'm very glad to hear that. So which was your favourite thing about Belgium? Curious. What did you like and what didn't you like? Let's ask that. Alright, Belgian gate's done. Let's get the iron wall. And we have some more military factories. What do I need? Decolonization of the British Empire. At midnight today, the long-awaited transfer of full sovereignty for the various subject nations of the British Empire was accomplished. Despite the British government's invitation for the former subjects to join the Allies, many have chosen to go their own way. Yes, they have. I think probably more artillery, then after that more guns, because I need more boots on the ground. I don't know if I do or don't like how aggressive the new German AI is, as in how much they throw themselves at your lines. Yeah. Yes, when I was testing Belgium, we noticed that. So actually there's a update coming, which is going to increase the amount of close air support that Germany produces, which should make them actually more effective at punching through. And I'm also going to take a look at AA, because it seems to do more damage to cast than we expect. I work for Paradox, by the way. I made Belgium. The Tsardom of Bulgaria joins the European Union. That's why I was curious about what you liked and what you didn't. Justification. Who's justifying what? Romania's justifying. Oh gosh. Can I quickly get Romania in? No, because I don't have the political power. Don't be doing this to us, Romania. Don't you guys have a guarantee? No. We cancelled them. You work at Paradox, we've never told us before. Yes, I'm very good at keeping that a secret. MIO. Let's get that production output going. I love the fact that we have Spark and we're not doing any trade whatsoever. At least not yet. I know you streamed and stuff, I genuinely didn't know you worked at Paradox. See, not everyone knows. I am good at keeping it a secret. Right, now I'm going to try to invite Romania before that declaration goes through. Hopefully it's a 70-day justification. Because if they join, then this war is over. And we're doing our job. We're bringing peace to Europe. And also kind of surrounding Germany. I am enjoying these EU mechanics. They're fun. More than I expected. Iron Wall. Let's see. Vlaanderen. Yes, I especially want to get those. Well, actually, do I care? Because the only place that I really care about defenses right now is along here. I'm hoping that we can keep the Netherlands alive. So actually, let's do Belgian Maginot. With the intention of expedite fort construction, unity makes strength better than Maginot. Belgium is a buffer state between two mighty military nations and throughout its history has been threatened by both. As such, we've become masters of defensive warfare. The French Maginot Line reaches our border and we need to lengthen it to defend our own nation. If we make ourselves unconquerable, we will never even be attacked. Can I have an infantry division named NATO Peacekeepers?
Arrêt!
There you go. One thing I did wish was possible was hearing the attacks. I'm like, ah! That was just the lack of junior officers expiring. That's fine. One thing I did wish was possible was to be able to sway members of the Allies to join the EU. My game would have been much easier if I couldn't gotten France to ally with me. Yeah, I think that would probably mess with the balance too much. And also, once a faction is locked in, sorry, once a country is locked into a faction, especially if they're at war together, moving them around becomes really difficult. Because that individual country will remain in whatever wars they were in. Then what happens if that country is at war with people in your faction? Start training more boots. Yes, that is a good suggestion. Let's get another 10 divisions. Sure. And how are we doing for support equipment? We actually have enough. So let's get some engineering. And if I can afford it, build hospitals. Let's just go ahead and put them in. We do want engineers as well. Alright, how short am I? Much. How friendly did we make Congo? Perfect. You just completed regional specialization for me. Ah, we need 14 focuses before we can do this. Okay, fair enough. So, not going to be able to rush down. In fact, I purposely made it so you needed to take 14 focuses before you could move down to Congo's place in the world. Otherwise, I knew that people would do exactly what I'm trying to do. What? Computer machine. Then probably fort. And upgrade. Tomorrow. Come on, Romania. Yes! War averted. They can't declare on a faction member. Ooh. Railway guns. Railway guns are only actually useful if you're attacking because they reduce the penalty on soft attack by forts. So using them in defense actually does nothing. Upgrade the artillery. Mordred the dev, stopping Mordred the power gamer. Hey, someone has to. I need infantry equipment. I need support equipment. I think support equipment is probably the most desperate right now. And now we do need to import from France. Oh, resources per factory. I love that ability. And I can get +1 from Port of Antwerp and another +1 from Congo. So I can get 12 resources per factory. %50 more. We have 34 trains. Do I really need more? I don't think so. I think what I want to do is get over my... actually, we could do more fighters. Do more fighters. That was the air wing. 29 planes. Okay. Yeah, we really need you to build up faster. Nice Belgian Maginot. Alright, let's expedite the port construction. I'm gonna need 100 political power to get a scientist. This is a dangerous world, beset by hostile powers. We need to ensure we are ready and invest more heavily in our fortification and engineering sectors so we have the preparations in place before they are needed. Yeah, that would be ideal. Bulgaria submits to Romania. What? Well, they became non-aligned. I think they already were. Oh, they became a puppet! At least you didn't go to war, so that, I guess, is okay. We're going to end up at war with Japan. That's probably why I need to start training some force publique to defend Dutch East Indies. But not until my own borders are defended. That's just something I'll need to remember for next time. Oh, bigger guns. Don't mind if I do. Artillery upgrades. Yes. And I think I'm also going to say I would like to have 2 levels of anti-air in the Ardennes. Soviet Union took 10 states, SSSR was annexed, Soviet Spain was puppeted, Moroccan People's Republic puppeted, Equatorial Commune of Guinea was puppeted, Commune of Western Sahara, Socialist Ezekiel Hararia, and the People's Republic of Sapmi. Where on earth is Socialist Ezekiel Hararia? What the hell have you done to Spain? Soviet Republic of the Nile. Okay. Wait. Is the Soviet Union going to join the Allies? Basques. Oh, yeah, there they are. Good knowledge. I can't invite Norway, they're not in the EU. Denmark I could. I'm hesitating with Denmark, because if I invite Denmark, Sweden becomes vulnerable. But yeah, I will. Poland's non-aligned. Poland, I think, would join us. Not the communists. That penalty. Military factories. What am I short on? Guns. I just need lots of guns at this point. Oh yeah, I do need that political power for the scientists. Whoops. Oh well, I guess we get Denmark and a scientist. Poland is guaranteed by France. Oh, hang on, Poland is adjacent to all of these guys. Poland does make sense. I think I care about that more than a scientist. There we go, we have a facility, but we do need a scientist for it, but it'll cost 100, so I can't afford it right now. Unity makes strength. Reduced economic downturn penalty, more war support, more stability. And we also gain surrender limit, reduction in training time, and increase mobilization speed, and then we can also get better than Maginot, which gives me immediate access to stronghold networks. Initially, the motto of the Dutch Republic, back when it ruled both the Netherlands and Belgium. It was formally embraced by the Belgian state following the Revolution of 1830, which led to our independence. It was really enshrined by the unity of liberal progressives and Catholic conservatives who stood at the centre of Belgian politics, and has embodied the Belgian ideal ever since. I was about to say a bit late in the facility, but then I saw that this was Belgium. Unification of Iberia. Portuguese and Spanish politicians held numerous meetings during the last months where they discussed the possibility of becoming a unified left-wing state in Iberia, governed by both politicians from both nations. You're still split in half. And in more bits. You're a puppet of the Soviet Union. You are not. Denmark joins. Good. Right, I'm going to invite Poland. I think it does make sense. And hey, if we have Poland, then we can also get Latvia and Estonia. Quite proud of this faction I'm putting together, actually. This is cool. More factories. Oops, I need artillery. Let's get one more factory on that and then one more on artillery. Ah, Chef Coutumier was minus 250. Nice. How's that air wing? 34. Oh my gosh, you build so slowly. Resources is only a minus 7.5% penalty. Radio. Let's get improved radio so we can get that reinforcement in, because we're probably going to need it. Four, 3, 2, 1. Poland has joined. And I'm really pleased that you can do all of this before the outbreak of war. At least in this instance. I think I'm going to hold off on Estonia and Latvia, and I am going to grab that scientist. Make sure you're land warfare. Louis de Selly's Longchamp. Done. And you are an armoured specialist, okay. So we could get the super heavy howitzer, which is mostly anti-fort, so it doesn't really help me. Military engineering vehicles, which probably would help me. But we do need a breakthrough point for that to happen, so never mind. Will I play this again tomorrow? Yes, most likely. Starting at 12 Central European time. Anti-air, I think we're okay. Support equipment, we have two. Did I ever add the field hospitals? Yes. And yes, what are you lacking? Support artillery, but you've already got a lot of artillery in your divisions, but I don't think you need it. Both have above 40 organization, which is decent, but it's not great. You're lacking manpower and infantry equipment, so yeah, all of this needs infantry equipment. I just need more guns. Like, all the support stuff is nice to have, but just guns in people's hands. Iron Wolf Lithuania declared war on Poland. Really? Are you sure about that? Well, this is one way of expanding Europe. And with that, I'm going to say thanks everyone for watching. I hope you've enjoyed this. If you have, be sure to hit that follow button to get notifications when I'm live again in the future. If you've really enjoyed this and you would like to support the channel, then please do consider subscribing here on Twitch, or if you are on the YubTubs, you can use Super Chat. And in fact, if you're on YouTube, you can subscribe to follow, or if you're on Twitch, you can follow to subscribe. You know what I mean. I do also have a Discord, which is where the community hangs out. They're a cool bunch, and it's always a pleasure to see some new faces. So come join us, say hello, you'll be more than welcome. Yeah, so as just mentioned, I will be back again tomorrow, 12 PM Central European Time, where we will continue this game and see where this madness takes us. Is there anything else I need to say? Don't think so. No. So what I'm going to do is see who we should raid, and then we'll raid somebody. Who is currently playing in Belgium? That is always the important question. There is a French Belgian. There's more of a mix of countries today. Like yesterday was just Germany, 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 Germany. Quite a few French. Spanish. South Africa. Old World Blues. Oh, it's health now. There's a Belgium. Tapes of battle. Let's go and raid you. So head on over there, say hello from Mordred Viking. Love to see their chat absolutely lit up by the Viking raid, which you can do by copying and pasting Viking raid just like this. Or if you're a subscriber, you can bring in the long ships just like this. Anyway, that's all for me. Thanks everyone for watching. I will see you tomorrow, 12 PM Central European Time, for more shenanigans and Europe. Until then, bye-bye.
Oh.